It is.
Wait, Kim, I'm sorry.
Are we on?
Oh,
Oh, okay. Are we good?
yeah, we're good.
All right, welcome again to the Provo Municipal Council work session. It is 11:50 on Tuesday, August 2nd, 2016. We're gathered in the City Center Conference Room at 351 West Central in Provo, Utah. We will, this meeting is being broadcast live on YouTube, Provo City Council, where it will also be available for on-demand viewing. We'll begin with a roll call. Mr. Stewart.
George Stewart.
Gary Winterton.
Kate Ambulan.
Kate Martin. Dave Connect.
Luis Jorgensen.
Dave Sewell.
Kim Santiago.
Brian Jones.
Thank you, and we excuse Mayor Curtis and Wayne Parker. They'll be joining us at a later time. The opening prayer will be given by Karen Takagi, our Community Relations Coordinator.
Dear Heavenly Father, we are grateful for this opportunity to gather and discuss the business of Provo City, and we're grateful for those who have given their time and energy to the matters we're about to discuss. We ask that Thou would please bless us, that we will have clear minds and make good decisions, and please keep our city strong, healthy, and safe. And we ask these things in the name of Thy Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
So you'll notice the first item of business is, will be a motion to close the meeting. We're going to separate our closed meeting due to scheduling. The mayor wanted to be here for part of it, and he couldn't be here early on. And also, we have a time certain presentation at 2 o'clock that we're trying to arrange. There's someone from the governor's office of economic development that will be coming at 2 o'clock. And so I'm having to rearrange half of the closed meeting now, and then we'll have the other half at the end of our work session as we normally do. And if Mr. Jones, if you'd like to explain.
We have one item to discuss right now, and it has to do with litigation. There are some matters that are currently in litigation that we have an update for you regarding.
Motion to close.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Winterton. Those in favor? Voting is unanimous in the affirmative. Give me just a minute. Are you going to be filling in for Mr. Maxfield?
No, totally.
Over here? Okay. We'll put you guys ahead if you need to, but we'll talk about some item first.
Madam Chair, I have a couple of personal items. I'm going to be bopping in and out here for the next, and Karen's going to keep me in on the phone, but I have a personal item that I need to kind of be on top of. So I will be on the phone.
Oh, no, we're not on yet, but we're good, ready to go.
Okay. You ready now? Okay. So the first item of business is a discussion on noticing requirements for land use items referred to the municipal council by the planning commission. And this item will be presented by Mr. Jones.
Thank you. Madam Chair, council members, this is really just an update. Recently, a noticing question was raised where we had an applicant for a land use change ask council leadership if they could kind of jump ahead in the queue and get on to the August 16th meeting. But we wouldn't have had time by then to have complied with our normal noticing. So staff contacted me about that and was asking me questions about, what the noticing requirements are. And we thought it would be a good time while we were having that discussion to come update you on some research that we recently did that I had talked to leadership about previously.
Hi, we've got you now.
Thank you.
So this statute is the state statute regarding noticing, and we've always read this in the past as saying, okay, paragraph 2 says if you're having a public hearing, you've got to give 10 days notice. Bryce, can you scroll all the way to the bottom? A little bit out of order here, but. So this last, keep going. This section right here is the city code, and it says public hearings have 14 days notice, right? And so in the past, our custom has been, we give 14 days notice for the planning commission hearing, and then we give 14 days notice before the council actually hears something. Okay, so let me show you what we discovered recently. Go ahead.
Quick clarification, isn't that what we just changed last time to 10?
It's not actually. The one that we changed to 10 was general plan amendments, which is in Title 15. So this would be zone changes and other land use ordinances, which hasn't yet been changed, okay? And I don't know that it will be, but it hasn't been so far. Okay, Bryce, if you go back up to the top, and actually, it was another city that pointed this out to us because they have been doing it differently. If you look closely at paragraph 1, sub A talks about the first public hearing, and then sub B talks about each public meeting after that. So paragraph 2 says, throughout 10 days notice if you're talking about 1A, if you're talking about the first public hearing. So Bryce, if you now can scroll down to subparagraph 3, bottom half of this page. Subparagraph 3 says if you're talking about the public meetings in 1B, you only have to give 24 hours notice. Now, that could potentially be a little bit open to interpretation as, okay, that just means after you have your first hearing, then if you continue it, you're in the public meeting. But Bryce, if you'll scroll down to the next page, this is later, this is actually in a completely different part of LUDMA that talks about land use ordinances and zoning maps. And it says, and it defines the duties of the planning commission versus the duties of the city council. The planning commission has to provide notice as provided in 1A of the one we just looked at, and hold a public hearing. But under subparagraph 2, the council only has to provide notice under 1B and hold a public meeting. So under state law, for land use ordinances and zone map amendments, the council doesn't even have to hold a public hearing. They just have to hold a public meeting, and they only have to provide 24 hours notice of it. Now scroll the rest of the way down, Bryce. Now that still leaves open the question of, well, does our city code counteract that somehow? But if you notice here in this first sentence of subparagraph 1, it says, notice of public hearings required by this title. And then it says if they're before the Board of Adjustment, the Planning Commission, or the Municipal Council. Well, the rest of Title 14 only talks about public hearings before the Planning Commission. If you search the rest of Title 14, there's only 2 instances where it ever talks about public hearings before the Municipal Council. And they are optional public hearings in very specific situations in 2 very specific zones. It's the Research and Business Park Zone and the Research and Business Park Support Zone. Those are the only 2 times that Title 14 even talks about having a public hearing in front of the municipal council. So after having looked at all of this, it's my belief that we've been misinterpreting and over-applying the statutes for a long time, and that it is required to give 10 days notice under state law before the Planning Commission holds its hearing, and 14 days notice under city code currently, unless that gets changed at some point. But when those recommendations, when those items then come from the Planning Commission to the City Council, it's not necessary to actually hold a public hearing, nor is it necessary to give more than 24 hours notice. So based on that, it was our thought to present this information to you and allow staff, with respect to this particular request, to go ahead and put it on the meeting for the 16th, even though it wasn't going to have the same noticing that we have customarily provided, because we don't believe that that's legally required. We wanted to kind of let you know up front in case there were questions or concerns about that.
So what we did change from the general plan to 10 days, you're saying really would be, it's a little bit moot because we only have to give 24-hour notice?
Well, it's not moot because if you go back up to 502, the top of this second page, Bryce, this section right here only applies to zone changes and land use ordinances. There's a completely different section that talks about the notice required for general plan amendments.
Okay.
General plan approvals and amendments do require 10 days notice by state code, and now after the amendment we made a couple weeks ago, 10 days notice by city code. So general plan is 10 days now in both city code and state code for the commission and the council.
The zoning is different.
The zoning is different. Wow. And they're both here, I don't know if they want to weigh in. I did consult with Gary and Bill a couple weeks ago when I first noticed this and asked if they had any concerns or agreed with this interpretation. And at the time they said they did, but I don't know if they have. They've had second thoughts.
Changed their mind. No.
Yes. Yeah. So community development is on board as well, but that's actually the right interpretation of the statute. It's just that we've been providing more notice than we needed to.
On the public hearing part of that, does that mean we change our public being able to speak to that issue in that meeting? Like they would have to speak to it
In the planning
open
commission.
part, right?
Well, I think my recommendation would be in the body of the actual ordinance that we change references to public meeting, from public hearing to public meeting, because that's all that's required. But then I think it's still in the discretion of the council whether you take public comment or not. And so that's probably a discussion that as a council you need to have about whether land use ordinance is just always going to have public comment, or if it's going to be in the discretion of the chair, or if you want to just change it to where they have to comment during the open portion. I think that's up to you.
It'd be nice to have the flexibility.
Right.
Not be required to do it if you need to.
And traditionally, I mean, it's been very rare in the time that I've been with the council for us ever to say we're not going to take public comment when someone is there to give public comment, regardless of what we have called the item. So
Interesting. I followed what you were saying, and I agree with your interpretation from the few minutes I've been exposed to it. I am a little worried, just out of concern for transparency and expectations, that if we've been doing this, if this has been our practice, if not our policy, it's been our practice for years. Be a little bit worried about just switching over without letting people know. There may be some people that, even if it's not the law, they think that the council needs to give 14 days. And so I think we should, this is what's there, but maybe we should have a discussion on what should it be. Are we okay with zoning changes and land use changes, having a minimum of 24-hour notice and a public meeting, not a public hearing? Are we okay with that? Do we think that's in the best interest of our citizens? If not, maybe we want to add something in, maybe not 14 days, but maybe add some back in. So anyway, those are just some questions that are floating around in my mind on this generally, and then specifically, I don't know any of the details of what's being proposed, what's trying to get on the 16th. But I do think we need to be thoughtful about making sure if we do add it, do whatever we can to make sure that everyone's aware of it, so it doesn't have the appearance that we're giving preferential treatment or slipping things in, trying to keep things not being noticed.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. George, you said flexibility, and on the surface of it, I tend to agree flexibility is great. But I'm just trying to imagine when we would not want to let the public speak on a proposed land use ordinance or zoning map change. When would that be in our best interest to exclude public input?
What I meant is, no reason to change the ordinance, but by policy, we can do it differently. But where it looks like not required by state ordinance, state law to do anything more than what's stated there.
Right.
So unless you're going to change the law rather than change your procedure, what we decide to do, I guess we can do either. I just think it's nice to have that in case you need it. It could be a situation like this in this particular case where you need to do it faster.
Well, yeah, I think it's.
So you're allowed to do that, but
As far
by
as
policy, we might decide that's not what we're going to do on a regular basis.
Yeah, I think it needs to be clear that state law is 24 hours and we choose perhaps something on a normal basis longer, but we have the option in an emergency to do it shorter because it is legal. But when it comes down to actual public input, I think the public expects, especially on land use and zoning, to always be able to.
I don't think that you should ever not allow that. It seems the timing issue is convenient if you had a need like we have in this particular case to be able to do it faster without going against state law.
And one thought too is wouldn't necessarily need to be 24 hours. It feels a little short to me. 24 hours seems a little short to get any notice out to anyone. But maybe it's 10 days. This was like, something tied to 14 days. But 10 days seems to give you at least a few days of flexibility. So maybe, I don't know, having not necessarily 24, but something that is doable from when planning commission decides on something. And if there is some urgency, you can still get it on the schedule, for the next council meeting if you had a few days to work it in. The other thing is, in planning commission, I've heard our constituents say that they go to these planning commission meetings and they feel like they're not heard, but the planning commission is bound by law, and there are some things they can, do, and there's something they can't. And a lot of times they're just bound by what's in our code. And so I've heard that frustration that they don't feel like they've been heard, and where they can come to a council meeting and we can, we're obviously bound by law, but we're taking the subjective as well as the objective. So I would worry about not hearing them in a council meeting,
You
especially
always
for
err on the side of hearing, not hearing.
I would.
Just wanted to clarify, so the purpose of today's discussion, we're not really trying to decide if or how we want to change this, right? It's just whether we're comfortable with proceeding with this particular item on the 16th. Is that?
Yeah, I think my intent was, in talking with Chair Santiago, I think she was inclined to go ahead and put this particular item on because, I mean, we are still 2 weeks out from the actual item, even at this point, but we didn't have time to publish it in the paper, which actually, I don't know if I mentioned this to you, but that's actually not required either. The newspaper publication is for the planning commission hearing, not for our, so we don't have to publish this in the paper. But again, that's a big change for what people have expected, right? So I think the purpose was twofold. Was one to say, in case people had questions about how this item on the 16th appeared, that it is legally permissible to do that. I think it's in the chair's discretion to add that to the agenda on the 16th. And then two, to apprise you of the fact that this is a change from our past practice, and if, say, the Development Approval Process Committee or some other committee or group of the council thinks it important to discuss whether we should formulate a policy, that would need to happen, because currently we don't have one. We just have a custom that's not stated anywhere because it came about because of an erroneous interpretation of the statute.
And I would add too that the reason that I even was compelled to try to make this work is because the schedule is so light on our next work session and council meeting. And to me, I felt like if we could hear them in the council meeting, usually we like to hear it in the council meeting, and then, in the work session, and then, at the following council meeting, so we have some time to, if we do want to do our homework on something, we have some time to look at that before we actually vote on it. But they seemed, there are two of them, seems pretty straightforward, and our meeting schedule at this point, we only have one thing on our council meeting agenda, our work session agenda, we could fit it in. So I don't know, there's part of it that didn't feel like just making them wait for a procedure, right? So, or for our common practice, not even really.
One of the issues was one of the issues with Ivy Home's front setback issue.
Broadview Shores, homeowner. And then the other one was a financial issue. They're set to go for financial reasons. They really needed to get moving. But, so I just wanted to get your opinion. I didn't want to just go ahead and put it on. I wanted to get the feel from the council about how you feel, what your thoughts are, and then look at the long-term policy of the way we've done things, and should we change that a little bit to be able to make some, to be able to help move things forward a little bit faster. Like I said, 24 hours seems really short to me to try to get information out and for people to respond and that, but maybe if we shorten it up a few days like we did with the general plan, that might still give us an opportunity to get it on the next work session and council meeting, but I don't know.
And typically, our typical process, they're going to have much more than 24 hours because 80–90% of the time we hear it in work session at least 2 or 3 weeks after the planning commission, and then in council meeting 2 weeks after that. So even if we weren't, in essence, if they're looking at the work session agenda, they're getting 14 days notice before the public meeting ever happens, except for the rare occasion where we actually put them on the same day.
So what do you need us to do at this point in regards to the item going on to the agenda? It sounds like we have two things.
Yeah, if there are any concerns, I would just like to know if there are any concerns putting this on 13 days. I guess we give it 13 days notice as opposed to 14. And if there are any concerns with doing that, and I don't want to, I just want to set a precedent. I want to change the way we've done things without consulting with everybody and finding out.
Are we planning on having it on the work meeting and the council meeting, so we're all one night?
For these two, yeah. But we don't have to do that either, though. I'm open to doing it, however, if we wanted to stick with doing it in the work session and then having a council meeting later. Like I said, this kind of seemed to work out because the agenda was so light, but.
Do we know of any opposition, any concern by neighbors or other people on these items?
I haven't heard it from anyone other than the two that are wanting this to move forward,
And of course, even if
Then
that,
we could always continue it.
yeah,
if we need
that's
to.
what I was just saying. You can always continue it if that comes up in the meantime.
So I'd like to make a motion that we support moving those two items ahead as you proposed. And second, that we refer this whole topic to the Development Approval Process Review Committee to discuss and come back with a recommendation.
Second.
Any discussion on the motion? Any reservations? I'm just looking at faces, trying to read the expressions.
Always do the raise of hand.
Okay, all right, well, I guess, so, okay, those in favor? Okay, the voting is unanimous. And Gary, are you, available by phone?
Yes, I am.
Did you understand what the motion was? Did you hear?
I'm in favor.
You're in favor? Okay. So voting is unanimous.
Yes, I'm in favor.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so item number 2 is a discussion on an ordinance amendment to section 14.06.020 definitions and section 14.10 one family residential regarding yard definitions and required widths and setbacks for corner lots. And this is Brian Maxwell is here to present this item.
We have the PowerPoint item that's loading here.
I don't have the microphone
Oh,
on.
so
It'll pick you up
Okay, good.
right there.
Okay, if you recall back, and speaking of Ivory, you remember there's an ordinance amendment several months ago, and I think the question was raised, why aren't we applying some of these thoughts to citywide? We told you at that time that there are things coming through. This is the start of those things coming through. There are a number of items we're looking at revising the ordinances, getting rid of some factors. This kind of lists some of those. Dealing with widths and setbacks. What we want to bring to you today, and this passed on from the Planning Commission, deals particularly with lot widths and then with corner lots. We have a number of other ones that are still being reviewed by Planning Commission in process, which will eventually result in a complete revision of many definitions, the residential section dealing with single family residential, and even the development of open space and other types of subdivisions. And so in dealing with this one, we first of all look at lot widths. This talks about setbacks, but setbacks isn't included in this portion, so kind of ignore that in. But with lot widths, they looked at reasonable necessary lot widths versus excessive lot width requirements. We'll talk a little bit about that. And then the further ordinance would look at setbacks, allowances for administrative discretion, and then examine the revision of the entire single-family residential zone and the resulting revisions to other sections. What do you need to aim at?
Is that on?
Oh, I apologize. I'm pushing the wrong button for on. Okay, there we go. Be educated here. And then on definitions and corner lots, the purpose of those is to fill in gaps in lot and yard definitions. There are a lot of definitions that don't address certain things, certain situations we have, and then some that overlap, which kind of causes some confusions. The others make definitions more consistent, make definitions more readable, address lot versus dwelling orientation issues, examine inconsistencies and setback requirements, and examine need for extra width on corner lots. This is an example that we gave, was a simplifying definitions. This is not in our ordinance, but this is one that's given on a particular situation. The diameter of the largest circle that can be inscribed within the side lot lines at any point on a continuous line from the frontage of the lot to the front lot line of the principal structure of the lot. If any of you can understand that, let me know. What it basically means is the closest distance between the side lot lines of a lot. Just some wording changes or.
You should have put that in your explanation in the notes because I spent a lot of time trying to figure out what that meant. You should have just put bad example.
A bad example. This is in Massachusetts, by the way. So this, I guess, some colleges like to talk around things. This is the recommended change on lot widths that the Planning Commission gave, and I apologize, I ran off sheets to hand out that show this, and I failed to bring them over. Basically, it adds a 5,000 square foot lot. This kind of fits in a little bit with some of your past discussions on an LDR zone, where LDR was either 5,000 or townhomes, and sometimes having the option to do 5,000 square foot lots. This kind of puts that back into the ordinance.
Does that also work with the pocket neighborhood type?
It does. Pocket neighborhoods even has a little bit more leeway because it's a special development type, and in this case, a PD zone, or as we revise that, it'd be a little bit different. Okay, lot widths. This is where the biggest revision is for this section. It reduces the minimum lot widths required for the zones. Basically, in an R15, it'd be 45 feet. An R16 would change from 60 to 50 feet. R17 from 70 to 60 feet. R18 from 80 to 70 or to 65. R19 from 85 to 70. R110 from 90 to 75, R115 from 95 to 90, R120 would stay. One of the big things we noticed is we've really got a disincentive to have deep lots. If you go by the minimum width, minimum depth requirements, you're pretty much getting the same lot size as development communities because they're trying to maximize their lots. So if they go by, say, a 10,000 square foot lot and they've got a 90-foot width, you're always about 107 feet deep. It's the same lot repeated. We felt varying those lot widths to give you some allowance for variation. You couldn't have necessarily every lot those widths because you would usually exceed your density requirements, but it would create more density and also create an incentive to have some deeper lots. We feel the backyards are really the most usable part that everybody enjoys your yard in most cases. And so the recommendations were to reduce these minimum lot widths. The lot depths, they kind of fall out in place, and I'm not sure why the R18 is not struck. It should be, because I don't think we're trying to leave R18 alone. But basically it says each lot or parcel of land in the R1 zone shall have a minimum lot depth, which will allow a buildable area depth of at least 24 feet on the lot. With your setbacks of 20 feet in the front or 20 feet in the back, that really, still add another 40 feet, so you'd be basically 65 feet deep. And, we could do that to call it out to exact number or something else. This is the way the Planning Commission, approved it, but, we can discuss that more if you want. There are many ways, again, if it's not clear, to make it clear, make it easily understood. This gives an example of some lot widths, one in the Mazer neighborhood, one in Franklin. And this is a difference on some lot widths. When the lot was required to be this wide, the homes, even though they could meet a setback closer to the lot line, the homes are smaller than the lot width would be, and so the homes get spaced off in a distance where here in the Franklin neighborhood, they're much more proportional to the lot size.
So in the Franklin, is that really 10-foot setback either way? So that it doesn't look like 20 feet to me. It looks closer.
The yards?
The homes.
The homes, yeah, they have the minimum setbacks on the side, so the lot line's right in the middle.
Right, is that,
How much is that?
how much is that? It doesn't look like it's 20, it looks like it's less.
I think, Cal, I apologize because I know that's probably a PD zone that's probably at 8 feet or so. So it may be different that way.
And so you've given us some great changes in perspective. Did they address the setbacks?
Yeah, this one, yeah, and we're not trying to address setbacks today, so I apologize because that's probably confusing that way. It's just trying to show sometimes the proportionality you have in wide lots versus narrow lots where the homes spread out, and sometimes that's a good thing. And again, we've discussed that because that's the look you want in an R120 zone. However, we also said for sustainability, sometimes the narrower lots help because you have more homes along a frontage of road than you do if you spread them, out. And so it gives you those options. This is an illustration, bear with me, it's just kind of an educational thing we did on how you figure out corner lot setbacks. Currently, this was changed probably 3 years ago. It used to be the narrowest of the street setbacks was the front. It changed to where your front door is. And the current ordinance then establishes the front lot line, the front yard, the rear yard, based on that front yard. And these would be that combination of 20 and 30, or, well, it's a combination that equals 50 feet is the current ordinance. So one side could be a minimum of 20, but that's where the depths would be. Side street would be the same as the front, basically, and then you have a side yard that would be the 10 feet on the other side. Against the yards of your neighbors, you have a side yard because of the way their home sits on an interior lot, and the same with the neighbor to the side. So you really have two side yards against the corner lots. The proposal would really be look at changing these to two side yards and then have an area that would still be a rear yard in the back. The principal reason is that aligns with the neighboring properties and would give much more allowance on the lots. And we're not going to show you the series about 20 slides we have showing corner lots, but it shows how many lots that are really non-conforming because of the way they've been added on, or situations we have where people have had strange additions because they can't quite meet the ordinance. And you really say, what was the purpose in having a huge yard on this side where your neighbor only has a side yard? We do have odd areas, triangular lots, and, looking at how those are handled. So they looked at these situations too, and just to make sure those types of areas fit. This gets into the definitions that I think, are they in your packets or something that may be harder to read that way, and then this has the red line for the adjustments to corner lots, and basically changing the second item would be changing the extra width that's required for corner lots. Right now the ordinance says you have to have an extra 10 feet of width on those lots. The feeling was that anything beyond an 8,000 square foot lot really didn't need that extra width. And so the way this was worded, you have an additional 10-foot minimum width required by the zone, or width of 75 feet, whichever is less. And excuse these, because these are the ones that aren't changed, so that's kind of going to be confusing. But the 75-foot width, if you go back to the other one, that would then come in on at, I'm trying to think if it was the R18 or the R19. I think it's the R19 lot has a 75 feet width. So anyway, it would take away that requirement, because the idea is you've got plenty of room to build almost any home we're building right now. That extra 10 feet, especially looking on a half-acre lot, would that 10 feet really make a difference in anything? And your area is the same. It's not taken away from area, but it's just taken away maybe from an unnecessary requirement. And so that was, basically the other thing besides changing to two side yards on a corner lot with your corner. Change it so you wouldn't need that extra 10 feet on most lots once they reach a certain width. You would still need that obviously on the R15s and 6s and things where you had a lesser lot size. Any questions?
Just a real brief. Why does the rear yard matter? I mean, is that because you have to add it up to get to 50, or I mean, where does?
Yeah. This always gets hard because this is one of the problems we have with the Planning Commission. We're attacking different sections we think are the easiest ones, but it ties into another one. One of the things the Planning Commission is looking at is changing that 50-foot overall requirement for yards. Basically, if you've got a 20-foot minimum, what happens in the front or the rear, the only way you would notice that is if you were flying above the homes. From the street side, you wouldn't know that they've got a 30-foot backyard if they've got a 20 or any way around. So they've looked at changing the front and rear yard setbacks, rear yard even from a 15-foot minimum average of 20, I think is their current recommendation, and a 20-foot front. So it'll allow a lot more variation, and also coming up with a common measuring point that is from the back of sidewalk. Right now we have 3 different situations depending on where the property line is, but we've tried to come up with a means that we establish a common measuring point, either the back of the curb, back of sidewalk, whichever is greater. And so that'll be coming to you later. Gosh, I apologize, Dave, this is getting back to your original question, but that's the backyard, they felt mattered at least. I know this kind of countered that lot width one because we're saying the deep yard's good. They felt that the backyard, even though it's used, the visibility is the front yard. So you had different things we're trying to address in the best way possible. We think having a sufficient backyard that's at least you've got some kind of room you can do something in is always important. The visibility is from the front, to most people. Is that getting anywhere where you're going?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Other questions? Trying to find my question.
So, question, so here on these changes, do you have an example of each, kind of before, after, or any way to visualize the difference? You did have
Yeah, we did these on a series about 4 different meetings, planning commission. I wondered what examples we used on there. We did show a lot on the corner lots. We had a whole series of photos to show, air photos that show corner lots throughout the city and show how it applies. And we can certainly supply those and give more detail. I apologize, I didn't have those all loaded, but it shows just several different situations on corner lots, what meets the corner lot requirement, what doesn't. And then ones that kind of show reasonable extensions that somebody could add on their home and it really wouldn't bother anybody. Give a lot more flexibility to the lot that way. We can certainly have that for the meeting.
The corner lot. Any questions? All right, thank you. Welcome here. The next item of business is a discussion regarding a resolution approving the proposed interlocal agreement with the Redevelopment Agency of Provo City to fund the aviation services community development project area. Let's see.
Mr. Walter?
Coming.
Yeah,
Send the text.
And actually the next. We'll have the next three items. Yeah, we could do administrative updates if you have any.
Update.
Put you on the spot. What's going on?
Well, you've all read the news about the Tiger Grant. That's really pretty fabulous news. And the one big win is the front runner station with the walking bridge, but people haven't talked about it as much, but I think it's a significant thing that the trail, Provo River Trail, will continue from Vivian Park up to Deer Creek Dam. And it'll be really nice. That was part of the funding for it.
Was that 20 million?
It was 20 million for projects around the county. I think the bridge was 2 and the parkway trail I want to say is 4, but those are just cold numbers off the top of my head.
And when will those be?
Well, I think you've got design time, construction time, something like this. Bridge is desperate.
Both of those constituents talked about both of those issues, so that's great news.
We had, I mentioned to Councilman Hardy via email just briefly that we had an initial meeting with the railroad on by the time that they're blocking that. I wouldn't be overly optimistic other than to say that they're acutely aware about how important it is to us to see some changes, and we're starting to monitor the time so we can tell them exactly how much time they're there.
So on the pedestrian overpass, I'm just trying to envision where it's going to be. I would think it's going to be on the west side, and that means it would use some of that property that is currently owned by the rail company and used to be part of our street. It's just sitting there unused.
I don't know if the solicitation for the grant gave very many specifics. I'm hoping that it's not yet resolved and that we get that opportunity to weigh in on the best location. And if,
I just didn't see how on the east side it was room, but I don't know.
we've talked about something that would come down into 100 West in there, but it's all been at 30,000 feet because we didn't have the money. And so I'll need to check with those that applied to see if we're limited on where it goes, but assuming we're not, I think it'd be great to have a real good open dialogue about the best location. I don't have any predetermined spot in my own mind that's best.
But we would need the cooperation of the railroad company, I think.
Well,
Because it might be on their property.
conceivably, I guess, yes. But the thought is you're spanning the railroad.
Well, and then where it lands on
Right.
one side, we don't own it. We gotta
Yeah.
negotiate.
Right. So,
Could you explain what the Tiger Grant is and how that evolved, how the GTA was able to?
the Tiger Grant is a grant that's offered every year for different projects. A consortium of UTA, UDOT, MAG applied for this. To be frank, UTA was extremely helpful because of their Washington presence. I don't think we get this without their Washington presence that they have there. And yet really, it's probably true of all those agencies that participated that they all played a real important role in securing that.
Are there any qualifications? What are the qualifications? What do we have to do in order to be?
You don't have there are no strings. Strings.
Any strings or anything that we have to do to qualify, or what do we have to do to qualify to get it? Or
It was, as I understand it, was solely based on merit. These were good projects that, and if you think about do you have some insight that?
No,
Okay.
my hand was up from before.
Okay.
Just when you guys are done here.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, as I understand it, it's merit, meaning we qualified because these are just good projects. And you could see that crossing is an example of safety and mobility and all of those things. I believe probably just scored it really high, as did the other projects around the valley.
And then, just if we have time, just talking about the train a little bit. This addresses, that kind of freedom, and depending on where it's put, on first west or second west. But the conversation we had with the school district about the kids over on Fifth West, this doesn't directly address that. We had a good meeting with Robert West a couple months ago. And he filled us in with a lot of the backstory, the history of this, and it was fascinating. One of the things that really surprised me, if I'm remembering it correctly, he said that we kind of had done this dance before with the trains, and they did some measuring and tracking of when they were walking for how long and all of that, and they finally worked through the bureaucracy to talk to some people at Union Pacific at a fairly high level, and they looked at it and they said, oh, this is kind of silly. We shouldn't have, our train shouldn't be blocking your roads at all. We've got this yard, and we shouldn't be blocking them at all. We'll take care of this, not a problem. And then nothing happened. So it almost sounded like the people that were, actually doing it, out of convenience or some other reason, they're parking on across our intersections, whereas, the way that it's designed should allow them to do all of that inside the yard. So I'm hopeful that if we could just connect some of those dots, it might be a Herculean effort to
get that conversation going, but it may not, it may be a very feasible solution. We'll still want that overpass, but that would resolve, or at least improve the situation at, a dozen intersections across the city.
So in this meeting, they feigned surprise that they were blocking it that much, because it's kind of the same thing. Well, we have the occasional breakdown things. And that's why we felt like it was an important next step to actually physically monitor the stop, so we could give them a report and say, no, it's this much.
Yeah, thank you.
So one other outgrowth of that meeting we had, Father, about the railroad, is apparently this lease that we talked about that I believe has expired, or we need to potentially negotiate something with them. They have their railroad tracks on our property, which used to be 6 South, and so at one time at that meeting I said, well, why don't we just negotiate a trader property like the property that is on both sides of the little train station, but we have a higher purpose now with, if we need to trade for some property in order to have that pedestrian bridge come down somewhere, and they happen to own that property, then maybe we can negotiate with them. Maybe we have a reason to leave. Wayne, do you remember that? Yes.
Yep, it's continuing discussion.
Right, but now we have a new element where we actually need some potentially of their property, and so we can swap.
I'll say this lovingly towards the railroad, but their level of bureaucracy makes us as a government look fast and efficient, and
Yes.
Well, thank you for the updates, and welcome, Mr. Parker.
Thank you.
And our next item, I guess we'll do our next 2 items. Mr. Walter, a discussion regarding a resolution approving the proposed interlocal agreement with the Redevelopment Agency of Provo City to fund the aviation services community development project area plan, and a discussion regarding proposed interlocal agreements between the Redevelopment Agency of Provo City and Provo, Utah County, Provo School District, and Central Utah Water Conservancy districts to fund the aviation services community development project area plan.
Thank you, Madam Chair and council members. Good afternoon. So this item, as you know, that we are working with Duncan Aviation to expand Provo Airport. Part of that expansion is going to be the installation of a ramp for their facilities that would help facilitate moving the planes into the expanded facilities and back out. Previously, the city has identified getting an EDA, Economic Development Administration grant, for a portion, half of the anticipated cost of this ramp. And so we have identified tax increment financing has the match that the EDA requires for that. So it's a roughly $7 million project. The EDA will commit $3.5 million, and the city is going to have to commit $3.5 million as a match. We've run the numbers based on the proposed development at Provo Airport for Duncan Aviation, and we believe that there is ample tax increment to be able to meet the match. And so we've been talking with the county and with the school district about their participation as well, and both entities are agreeable to allowing us to capture the tax increment based on the development that's going to be happening. The interlocal agreements will allow for us to get a net present value of roughly $4 million, which will help us cover the match and some of the other some of the other infrastructure requirements that are going to happen out there. And so the item before you today is the approval of the interlocal agreements by the agency that would be with the city, with the Provo School District, with the Utah County, and with the Consolidated Water Conservation District of Utah. The other item is the interlocal agreement that the city would then approve, the resolution that the city would approve the interlocal with the agency to allow the agency to capture the portion of the tax increment attributable to this from the city's perspective. So that's a concise summary of what the items are about. I'm available for any questions.
This is over 30 years.
It's over 20.
It's 20 years.
Our deal with the school district and with the county would be that, they will commit to a certain amount, whether that takes them the full 20 years or we hit the amount, whichever comes first, and then they would drop out and capture the full increase in the taxable value.
Isn't that 1.9?
No, it depends.
What is the reset amount?
Yeah, based on the participation, the school district has agreed to participate at 95% of 100%. So of the taxable value increase that goes up. And since it's owned by the city, it's pretty much, they're getting nothing now. They will get a portion of what Duncan gets. They'll get 5% for however long it takes us to reach, I think 4.6 million based on that. So we either capture that amount or, we go the full 15 years. That was their request of us, and so we agreed to that. The county would be, they do 75%. They have a resolution that restricts them to 75. We think that we can, based that the school district is willing to go above and beyond what they would normally do. We think the county will do as well, so we could potentially reach those numbers sooner. But we're estimating $50 million within the first 10 years and a potential additional $25 million in capital investment after 10 years. That was the last numbers we ran. That could change based on what Duncan proposes in the future, but that, they're still kind of kicking that back around at Nebraska.
So what is the area? Is it just the area of the Duncan?
Yeah. So this was the area that the city went out and purchased, and then this is the project area, but that would pretty much be all of Duncan facilities.
And then if after 11 years, you reach that mark, and so the school district drops out, so they're collecting the full.
Correct.
The sales tax, the county as well. What about the city? Do we start collecting that directly, or is it still going back into the project?
That would be up to the city council to decide. I mean, certainly the city could, set a cap and they would drop out after that cap is reached, or they could continue to opt in to participate and recoup some of the other costs that are going to be captured.
I thought I was following you until that last phrase that you added in.
I probably said captured. I didn't mean captured, but as you know, that this is kind of a moving target, so to speak. So there are certain aspects of this that we won't have completely nailed down because Duncan's now talking about possibly accelerating their expansion so that they may put more of this in phase, for lack of a better term, phase 1.5. So we've been looking at 55 million for phase 1 and another 25 million for phase 2, which would occur in year 10. Now they're talking about a phase 1.5 where they would put maybe that 25 million in or a portion of it sooner. So those numbers, the assessed value is going to change the amount of tax increment that's being generated at a given point in time, and we will certainly narrow the time that we will hit the caps that we've established with Provo School District and Utah County sooner.
I guess my question is do we have a cap? Because before that cap, while we're participating, that money is diverted from our general fund into the RDA. Is there a point, like at that 11 years, when the others drop out, are we going to drop out and now it goes to the general fund, or are we thinking that it will continue to go into?
I think we anticipated that we would go the full 20 and capture all of what our portion would be. But if they increase their amount that they put in up front, we wouldn't necessarily have to go the full 20 years.
Do we have a set amount that we want to capture, or are we just saying, well, we were thinking of doing it 20 years and whatever we capture?
Bryce, could you go back to the folder for a moment?
You want?
Yeah. And yes. So we had, so that's the full income stream. You can scroll down a little bit more. No.
Up above it said 1.9.
1.9, I think I think that's where we, right here. So that was over the 20-year period. If we hit that estimated cap sooner, we would drop out. So that's the way the resolution in the agreement are currently scheduled.
Okay, thank you. That was my question.
So a $7 million ramp, and we just talked about that. And then it was, what, 2.8 million?
That is for the installation of the infrastructure, and we're kind of, that's going to be handled by a combination of the Section 108 loan, participation from the Energy Department, and then a little bit from the general fund. So that wouldn't, I mean, it is conceivable that if we hit this sooner, or if the increase was better, then that a portion of the tax increment could cover the general funds portion.
So my question is.
Or could pay the 108.
Or could pay the 108 loan earlier.
So we've got, like, I don't know, 9.8 million in expenses, but is it fair to say that some of that would benefit surrounding businesses, or is it just going to focus on this one business?
So the ramp would obviously be of benefit primarily to Duncan. The benefit, I think, to Provo City Airport that comes from the fact of having Duncan expand and do the operations that they're having. They'll have more operations, either landing or taking off from Provo Airport. It makes the tower and the request from the FAA for the tower every year not as tenuous. Yeah, that would be a good word. The infrastructure that would be ancillary to this, not necessarily a part of the interlocal conversation, but that's going to be of benefit, to the entire area, not just our property and Duncan, but having that backbone infrastructure, having the road, having the sewer lift station, all of that's going to benefit the surrounding area as well.
Right.
So there'll be, a lot of benefit that doesn't accrue necessarily to us directly, but it'll certainly make development of the surrounding property a lot more viable.
So when the surrounding property does develop, and we charge impact fees, do we recover some of the costs as they
I would
develop?
anticipate, yeah.
If it occurs within 10 years and if they connect directly to what we have constructed.
Thank you.
Other questions? Thank you. And you have one other item, right? The
Yes, I do.
City View Apartments, the discussion regarding impact fee funding agreement.
So this is, as the council previously approved, there was an agreement that would allow the tax increment generated from the City View Apartments to go towards the payment of the impact fees, so that the city is not losing the impact fees that goes to this process. This item is a memorandum of understanding that occurs between the city and the agency, so that we're committing to the city that we would use the tax increment generated for that payment of the impact fees. And so I think it just strengthens the relationship between the city and the agency for this particular project, making sure that the tax increment doesn't get swept away and used for other purposes. Yes.
So at our council policy lunch, we had some people come, quite a group. Robert Ridge came, if you remember Robert. And we were talking about a variety of things, and he just said, well, I don't understand, after the temple being built downtown, he says, I don't see why you would need to incentivize anybody to build anything downtown. And I said, well, we're kind of having that discussion, and we haven't really set some new guidelines. I mean, Dave, you raised it, and the question is, where should we draw the line? What kind of incentives should we offer, or should we just try to trail off and not offer any? But I know there's extenuating circumstances, whether it be parking, and I explained that. But I think there are some people that just wonder why we keep having to throw out the carrots and the money, and when downtown seems to be an inviting place right now.
I think downtown's a very inviting place. I think there's a lot of vibrancy, and part of that has been as a result of the actions that this council and previous councils have taken to make that an active, vibrant place. I think we are coming to the point where a lot of our participation has been parking, and that benefits not just the business or the residents that are going to live downtown, but it should be available as well for other people who are coming downtown to eat or to see a show or to participate in other ways. I think we are, still hopeful that we can wean everybody off the incentive IV, but at this point, we're still injecting cash into deals to make some things happen. But we are working towards a policy where, at some point, this project's going to stand on its own and it's going to be successful without our participation. I don't know that we're there yet.
I guess the part that I keep struggling with is this one quote here. It says, PED has received construction bids and they came in quite a bit higher than expected. And I really have a hard time in my brain saying a company like PED doesn't know pretty closely what this, but they know they can do this, and that's the line that gets used each time. And I'm that line is really kind of wearing out on me. We don't do it for the little guys, we do it for the big guys, and they're the better estimator. I mean, they should know what their costs are.
Yeah, well,
There shouldn't be a big surprise. If there is, that's where I really am starting to struggle.
I appreciate that. I think there's staff kind of struggles with that sometimes too.
So is this language just kind of recycled from when we last saw this item?
Pretty much. I mean, it's the same.
Okay.
It's the same justification. This item merely memorializes the arrangement between the city and the agency, and we're committing to the city that we would use the tax incomes for the purpose that you previously approved.
Okay, so basically we've already kind of decided this, and
Yes.
this is just kind of our insurance policy. They're just more formalizing that, and that's fine. And I appreciate the comments that have come up about, the bids came in higher, or that maybe we need to be looking at how we take our foot off the accelerator as far as putting cash in incentives into development downtown. When I was pushing back a little bit with the PEG representatives, how they told it to me was that the market would support, this project, project A, and what they were doing is they were adding a lot of additional amenities. They were making it a better project, just a better, more of what we were wanting to have downtown. But by doing so, then there was this gap in how much it would cost versus how much they would earn off of it. And so they were saying, well, we'll partner with the city and put in something more of what you want to see downtown, but you have to help us make up the difference. So that's how they pitched it to me when I was pushing back on it a little bit. But I agree. I mean, I think we need to be having a pretty serious conversation about, at what point is our downtown attractive enough to be bringing in the kind of developments we want without having to have the incentives.
The agreement is Vegas fixed. This is just between the agency and Provo, right? So
Correct.
just memorializing to protect the city for the agency.
I think this was designed more to formally structure the arrangement and to ensure that the city felt that the agency was spending the money for the purpose stated and it didn't get used for something else. Yeah.
You know what David built a new house.
Again.
I'll move to approve this resolution. Or no,
We're asking you to move it to the next agenda. Yeah.
Agenda for the next is what I move.
Is there a second? Thank you. All in favor?
Any,
Mr. Winterton, are you there?
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear the motion?
No, I'm fine. I
Do you approve? Okay.
vote for it.
Okay, so it's unanimous. Thank you. And Mr. Walters?
I just wanted to clarify, because we're talking about several resolutions here. Are we moving all three of the items from this work session to the next one, or was, I just wanted to just make sure that there
That
was.
one was for this one,
Okay,
and, the other two,
We should roll.
do we need to vote on those to move those to the meeting, or they just we can put them on that?
Well, they don't automatically move, so as chair, you can put them on, but it doesn't hurt to have
If you wanna.
both
we
from
can vote.
council.
Exactly. Okay. Is there a
Identify the other two. I mean, just.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
so-
this would be the Duncan Aviation interlocal agreements.
Item number 3 and number 4, the Duncan Aviation items. For approving the interlocal agreement and between all of the taxing agencies, and then the other one is between the redevelopment agency of Provo and, sorry,
The first one and the Provo.
and Provo. So to move those 2 items forward to our next council meeting, that's the motion by Mr. Stewart. Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Harding. Those in favor?
Are you in favor, Mr. Winterton?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so the voting is unanimous. We will now take a break. And schedule for CPAs to come at 2 o'clock. So we thought that Mr. Walsh would be much more long-winded than he was.
But you know me, I just natter on.
Right.
Can I make a comment on that?
Yeah, Mr. Sewell.
I've noticed Mr. Walters has an unusual skill of being very concise, and we seem to always get ahead of schedule on these presentations, so however you do that, thank you.
May I propose you make all the presentations?
You don't want to make that motion. So, and we already did some administrative updates. Did you want to add anything else to that? Okay. Wayne? All right, we'll take a break then.
Breaking it up to the top?
Yeah, because that's when the governor's office of Redevelopment will be here to present. So, do you want?
Is there a, something like, I think I got an email that there's, the health plan representatives or somewhere around.
Oh, they're probably down in the HR conference room.
I'll have to look that up. I might take some of the time to go down and chat on it.
Okay, so do you need a motion to?
No, you can just, recess and,
Hello?
We're here with you again, Gary.
Thank you.
Are we on?
Okay, yep, we're good.
All right, welcome back. We are on item number 6, a discussion about commercial property assessed sweetening energy. And we welcome our guests from the Governor's Office of Economic Development. And I'll have Mr. Sewell introduce you.
Really pleased to have 2 members from the Governor's Office of Energy Development with us here. We have Shauna Kwan, who is the, so make sure I get this right, the Energy Efficiency Program Manager. Been with the office, I think, about a year. Almost. Came to them from the Navy, where she worked for about 5 years doing research in energy efficiency and renewable energy. And she also has Stephanie Metz, also from the same office here with her today, and Jacob Carlton, who is an attorney with Ballard Square, specializing in what we're talking about today. So we'd like to turn the time over to Shauna, and very much appreciate your time coming down to tell us about this.
Well, thank you all for letting me be added to your agenda. I'm here to talk to you about CPACE as well as answer any questions you have. And I wanted to thank Jacob as well for coming to assist. He assisted in developing the program at the beginning. So legal questions, he can be your point of contact to answer any questions that you might have. So I'm really quickly just going to talk about what our CPACE program is, for those of you that aren't familiar with it, and sort of how it works, some of the benefits of the program, talk to you a little bit about the statewide CPACE program that we run and what that entails in terms of OED as a statewide administrator and what we provide to municipalities. And then I'll just very briefly talk about some additional resources. And feel free to ask any questions during if I'm moving too quickly or if what I say doesn't make any sense. So what is CPACE? Commercial Property Assessed Clean Energy is a financing mechanism that can pay for energy efficiency, renewable energy, water conservation, EV charging infrastructure, and battery storage projects on commercial properties with $0 down and 100% financing for a term of up to 30 years or the expected life of the improvement. Because of the way the financing works, there is a bond associated with CPACE, and some of the fees associated with the bond move the project financials in a way where we really recommend that the project size should be about $200,000 or greater. And the types of properties that are eligible under CPACE are all commercial properties. So we have office buildings, industrial facilities, or you can have actually a residential building with more than 4 rental units. Those are all eligible. However, under CPACE, single-family detached homes are not eligible. So that's a really straightforward description of the CPACE program. So there's a few steps involved, and I'm just going to run through how the process works. There's about 5 steps. The very first one is that your building owner works with a project developer, and they determine the types of projects that they want to implement. Energy efficiency project, a renewable energy project, the whole array is eligible under CPACE. Once they've decided on the type of project they want to pursue, they then identify a capital provider that down in step 4 will purchase the bond. Once they've identified a capital provider, they secure lien holder consent in the event that there's a mortgage or lien against the property. Where the municipality comes in is the municipality is then briefed on the entire project, and it's up to the municipality to place a voluntary assessment on the property and issue a bond for the value of the project. The capital provider identified in step 2 then purchases that bond, and the proceeds of that sale are used to finance the project. That project is then repaid over time by the building owner, either through their annual property taxes, or they can create a separate arrangement with the lender. So we try to make it a pretty streamlined process. Are there any questions about that? Yes.
And just basically, often the capital provider is a bank, often a commercial bank. They can get a fairly low rate since it's kind of backed by this bond, so it's expensive to borrow a fairly low legal rate. So.
Thank you. You took the words right out of my mouth. So what are some of the benefits associated with CPACE? The Governor's Office of Energy Development really got behind this tool because we saw that it was a multi-pronged benefit program. The first of which is the economic component. We recommend that CPACE projects are created in such a fashion so that the savings accrued from that project exceed your annual payments. So your building owner is cash positive from day 1 after the project's been installed. In addition to that, we see it as an efficiency improvement because if your building is using less energy or water, there's yet less utility costs, which reduces your building owner's overhead. And it can also have a wider community benefit because it can keep energy costs low for the wider community if you're reducing your overall energy consumption. And finally, we see an infrastructure benefit, and that these types of improvements are seen as improvements to the property value, so your overall building stock will grow with these types of improvements. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about our statewide program. Thanks to a group of 75 stakeholders that was convened by Utah Clean Energy, we developed a model for how we wanted to implement this program. And one of the decisions they made was we wanted to develop a statewide program because we saw 3 primary benefits associated with it. It was standardized, streamlined, and navigable by placing it at a state level. One of the challenges is that CPACE is issued by local municipalities. We wanted to create a statewide program to help bring those municipalities together and facilitate a standardized process so that project developers know what types of process they follow regardless of what municipality they're operating in. So we thought it would be helpful to contract developers as well as municipalities to develop a program that allows them to all engage in and all understand a consistent, streamlined process. So in that statewide program, OED was named as the administrator. So what does that mean? That means at minimum, right now, we provide information and resources, and we provide education and outreach. So I've been working closely with Utah Clean Energy on building a number of resources, webinars, fact sheets. You have a few in your hands here, the 2-page fact sheet we developed, this presentation, and there's a few other documents as well that we've developed to really help people understand how this process works and what are some of the benefits of the program. In addition, I'm going around and such as this type of meeting, providing education and outreach to teach everybody about how our program works. And finally, we can also serve as a technical assistance resource, and we provide this to municipalities that opt in to our statewide program. So what we've developed is a municipality opt-in agreement, and what that asks is that the local municipality agree to create the voluntary assessment and issue the bond, and then remit the payments through property taxes. In exchange for that, OED provides additional technical assistance. We also provide, I'll just cut through it right here. So in the form of technical assistance, what we ask is that project developers and building owners, before they even approach a municipality, submit a pre-application and an application to our office. We then vet it to make sure that it's not only eligible under the statute, but then it's also technically and feasible and financially feasible. That way, you're not having to deal with any types of projects that are not legal or that are not really the strong project financials that we expect to see out of these types of programs. In addition to that, under the current CPACE requirements, a local municipality does need to maintain an authorized service provider list. However, the municipalities that opt into our agreement get to use the list that we already have and continue to update on a basically weekly basis. So you can use that list as well. In addition, we've been able to develop template documents to help with this actual placing the assessment and issuing the bond process. So those template documents can be used by the municipality and modified as needed to actually process the CPACE projects. And finally, all of that information is captured in the types of information and resources I was talking about a little bit earlier in our program guidebook, where we capture all the information about how CPACE works, all the application documents, and any other relevant documents. We also capture this in our 2-page fact sheet. And finally, we maintain all of this information on our website at cpace.utah.gov. And here's a few more resources in case you're interested in learning more about the program. We often cite PACE Nation, but CPACE is a national program that's being implemented at a state and local level. So there's a lot of resources nationally available that PACE Nation is collecting and distributing to help support all of these statewide programs. And that's all I have. So thank you for your time.
So what would be the estimated cost for, let's say, Provo City to implement this? Because we will have to spend some time and staff time, maybe even hire somebody. What do you project?
So it depends, is always the answer. The way that we've been looking at it is that it does require some staff time, and we are going to have a more in-depth assessment of what that would look like. In addition to that, we do expect that there will be some legal and financial review of these projects, because that's the nature. Your bond counsel and your legal advisors will want to issue an opinion. And so those types of fees can be rolled into the CPACE financing, and then those soft costs can be covered. So it shouldn't come out of the municipality's pocket.
Ultimately, the city is responsible to pay the bonds, right, whether they get the money from the property owner or not.
So Jacob, do you want to take that one? We've heard that one a lot.
No, that these are not general obligations of the city. They're special limited obligations of the city. So the city is only liable to the extent that they receive payments from the property owner. To the extent they don't receive payments, the city is not liable on the bonds, and all the legal documentation would clearly state that.
So it's like industrial revenue bonds, kind of.
Yeah, it's a conduit issue of bond, yeah.
So the reason that a business would do this when they're building a new building, for example, is they don't have to come up with capital costs. But theoretically, the cost savings, like you say, from day one, for the first year will more than cover the bond payments. And so, that makes sense. And then just following up on Mr. Stewart's question, almost why involve the municipalities at all? If we're not really fiscally liable for it, why bring us in? What advantage is there by using the city?
So the city is the entity that's allowed to place voluntary assessments against the property, and that's really where the CPACE program hinges.
Just the way the statute's set up, it's the municipality that has to actually issue the bond. The state isn't authorized to issue bonds.
And they are in the city's name.
They are
Conduit debt, but they are all
correct.
city bonds, right?
That's correct.
And you don't default on bonds, even on the industrial revenue bonds, so ultimately you're responsible.
We never had a situation where we had conduit debt that wasn't serviced, but that would be a question, at the time, what you'd want to do in that situation.
Right here it says, it's issuing effect upon credit rating. It certainly would, it could if it wasn't good.
Could have some impact.
Okay, so we are kind of putting our name.
We are putting our name, even though not officially, technically, we just don't default on bonds, even though that's revenue bonds. That's what I always say with the
Okay, that's good.
And that's why our office is providing the direct technical assistance, so that we can review these projects before they come to your door, because there are some projects that just are not technically or financially feasible, and we would not want to bring those forward.
Any large businesses or other cities that are participating in this program that you can share with us as far as successful projects that have happened?
So Salt Lake City has opted into the statewide program, and I'm currently working with multiple municipalities to ask them to opt in as well. Our statute was revised in 2013, but we didn't actually finish our first program or our first project until 2015. And so we're still working to get the program momentum off the ground. The project that was completed was in West Valley City.
What kind of things have you been doing to make businesses aware of this and to give them the opportunity to participate?
So one of the best practices we've learned from other states is that the contractor network is actually the fastest way to reach building owners, because usually they're the ones that are reaching out and promoting not only projects, but then providing financing options. So we've been working through multiple contractor networks, and we've been having education panels. For example, Hunt Electric last month hosted a four-person panel to talk specifically about CPACE and invited their contractor network to attend.
Our cap on this was up to how much?
There is no cap. There is a lot of flexibility built into the program, and one of the sort of impetuses for me wanting to work with municipalities is understanding where your comfort level is, and that I can vet projects if you're not comfortable above a certain level and value.
So can you tell us what West Valley City did and what some of the other ones you're doing as examples of projects?
Sure. So West Valley City was done at the Hunt Electric headquarters. For those of you that are familiar with the electrical contractor, they have two headquarter buildings, and on one of them they placed a solar array, and they also installed 2 EV charging stations. And so that's been a really successful project. We had a ribbon cutting in October 2015. So CPACE is taking off in Utah slowly, but it's really taken off nationwide. There's already been about $250 million worth of CPACE projects throughout the country, a lot of which focus on energy efficiency as well as renewable energy. And it's anything ranging from existing building retrofits to solar arrays and wind turbine programs. So
I've been told by Ryan Clark, who's the economic development head for Orem City, that several developers have been asking about seed-based financing, encouraging Orange City to get into this because they want it.
That's true. Thank you. Yeah.
Does the city have, once you implement this, the opportunity to accept or reject deals as one by one?
Yes.
Or so a deal could come before you that would approve, and next month you could disapprove a different deal based upon the deal?
Yes, it's all on a project by project basis. That's the way that we're currently implementing the program. There is the possibility, if there's interest, and that we stack projects together and issue a single bond, but it would all need to be located in your municipality. And considering the steps involved for every single property, it would be a little bit onerous to do that.
But your office wants to do the initial vetting,
We
or
would do the
and
initial.
then the city would decide after that initial vetting whether or not to accept or.
Correct.
It's just thrown out to the rest of the council. It seems at least somewhat ironic that until we resolve the net metering question, we almost don't want to be encouraging some of the renewable generation. At least that's what some of the message that we've been given is we need to be careful about some of this. So it's interesting, but I think once we align those incentives and align the cost structure, if commercial buildings can still, or commercial entities can still make the case that they can save money by installing these things, I think it's positive. I like how the program is structured. I think this is innovative.
And if I may, to just that point, that we do encourage energy efficiency projects. And in fact, we highly recommend building owners complete an energy audit or similar analysis, because that tends to reveal that there's a better return on investment by doing efficiency upgrades first rather than renewable energy upgrades.
Are there other questions?
Our energy department has been doing that. We've been had rebates and stuff with energy efficiency, so there is actually an active program for us funded.
I agree. I think this is kind of a larger scale, particularly as buildings go in. Sometimes budgets are budgets, and you kind of have to cut out maybe some of the things that would produce energy efficient, not just efficiency, but savings. So I think it's going to help address that. So the buildings that go in are as good as we can get them.
So how many projects have you been done this way?
One so far. And there's several that I'm aware of, and they range anywhere from energy efficiency to solar. Yes.
So outside of Utah, do you have examples or history to something like this outside of Utah?
Sure. So Colorado, Connecticut, California, Rhode Island all have very robust CPACE programs. Presently, 31 states and the District of Columbia have all authorized CPACE in their legislation. So it's a growing program.
Do you have a feel for what the most popular projects are? If they're doing retrofits, what are they doing? What are they spending the money on? Is it insulation windows, or are we seeing a lot of solar panels?
So it's a mix. I think about, if I remember the last Space Nation statistics, about 45% were spent on energy efficiency upgrades on existing buildings, and the remainder was spent on renewable energy. I'd have to drill down a little more to know if it's solar versus geothermal, and if it's insulation versus windows type of retrofits. I believe the most recent news that just came out of Pace Nation is that San Francisco's just issued a $10 million bond for a CPACE project for, I believe it was solar array.
So yesterday at our policy lunch, we had a resident whose daughter worked in Colorado helping to design LEED certified buildings. And she mentioned that CPACE had been used on quite a number of projects there, and was really excited about the possibility of bringing it here to our city. The other thing I want to mention, just in the context of our budget discussions, we talked about budgeting priorities, and I felt for a long time that clean air is one of those things that our our citizens would rate really high on priority, but I don't think we spend very much on it in Provo. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong on that, Mayor, but I know the Sustainability Committee gets a lot of mileage out of the little bit that we give them, but there aren't that many other things where we're putting resources into this, I don't think. So I see this as an exciting opportunity for a fairly modest investment of resources, and a lot of that being kind of front-loaded by the governor's office to kind of vet things before we even see them. So I'm kind of excited about it, but I'm interested to know what the administration thinks. Is this something you're ready to jump in on? And
Yeah, so the administration is supportive. I think if I were you, I'd look at this program as put any parameters you want on it and then do it. Does that make sense? Meaning if you want to say, look, we're only talking about energy efficient, we'll only accept energy efficient applications, then I'm assuming you can put those parameters on it and get the projects that you want. You might just say, look, we're only going to accept one project and then we're going to see how it goes. So does that make sense? So there's really no reason not to move into it, putting parameters on it that keep you all comfortable.
I move that we move this to our next council meeting, or is this something we can vote on here?
I think it's gonna take some work, yeah.
Okay.
Well, there is some forms that we need to fill out to apply, right?
So it would just need to be the municipality agreement.
So this agreement, so maybe if we could modify that to maybe ask Mr. Jones to work on preparing the necessary agreements and have them ready for us to consider. 16th.
I mean, it almost seems like it'd be something that we would authorize the mayor to execute.
Right. Or however that works, yeah.
Okay. So would it be appropriate to move that we ask for that preparation to be done so we can consider authorizing the mayor to enter into these agreements at a future council meeting?
Specifically the 16th, or
if we can do it in that time frame.
So you mentioned resolving our issues with net metering first.
I'm not in favor of going ahead right now.
So we do have a motion. Do we have a second on the motion? So Mr. Sewell has a second, so we'll, and then open for discussion on the motion. Yeah, I have some similar concerns with the way that solar is metered right now. Because, our solar customers are, if they're efficient enough on their homes, they're not paying other fees and taxes and different things that are not connected to, or that are connected to energy, right? Or not connected to the UTF, the taxes on utilities and the telecom. Some of those costs can also be taken out too. And so I think it's a billing issue that they're apparently going to be able to fix with 360, with Provo 360, from what I understand.
That billing issue will be able to be taken care of. I do have concerns too, though, that if we don't fix some of those things first, and how many of these do we have to come online, and then we also have to look at the other end of this too, where the transfer, the utility transfer that ultimately will be affected with, just with UAU doing theirs in-house, there is sort of this, unintended consequence down the road with the transfer to it. And I agree that for clean air and for all of those reasons, it's a good idea to encourage energy efficient buildings. But I think that preparing ourselves first is a good idea too, to make sure that we have the billing in place for that, so that we're not, having other issues.
Just a comment, as the mayor articulated, one option might be to limit this to energy efficiency projects and not solar cogeneration, any of those So if the building owner wanted to come in and replace aging HVAC systems and could generate enough efficiency and the dollars were there to make it work, I mean, those things happen today. And candidly, we might never know about them until the building goes down, and we'll ask the question, we wonder what happened here. And again, it could just be replacement of efficient, much more efficient equipment internally. And but I think again, the questions you're raising really are around the question of either cogeneration or putting power back on the grid that might be generated by solar or wind or some other fact. And I agree with you. I don't think we're quite ready yet to know exactly how that's going to be structured, but certainly coming in with an energy efficiency element to it doesn't have those implications.
That's exactly what I was gonna say, as long as it's limited to energy efficiency, I think it's important at this time. And later, as we get to the other issues solved, then we can go, excuse me, solar. Or
So what would that look like? Could that be, we authorize the execution of this agreement as well as
limited to energy efficiency?
Yeah, but I imagine it wouldn't actually change this agreement. We would just need to communicate that with the Office of Economic
I think you could make that look, you could do it a couple of ways. One is simply policy. It says we will not approve anything that comes to us, and therefore she doesn't let anything through that does that. Or even if something comes through, you always have the right to reject that. Or you could simply state in the beginning that this agreement is written in a way that only authorizes it for those types of situations.
So when those projects come through, is it the administration that's approving them? Is it the council that's approving them? Is it a joint thing?
I think at the end of the day, the assessment area has to be approved by the council under any scenario.
But the deal by deal.
Well, but the
Well,
assessment
through the
area
set
is
of the
gonna be
assessment
for each
area, deal by deal.
An assessment area for each.
Bonds would need to be
Council will have to.
We'll have to approve the assessment area at a minimum.
So
The council will be approved.
A lot of protections. You retain control.
I just think it's clear that the council's, right now, we're looking for energy efficiency until we solve the issues. Well, so that's clear.
Is there any other discussion?
Are we comfortable with, I think they said a 15% administration factor in there. Are we comfortable with that? On what it's going to take to administer the bond? Are we going, I'm not sure what the city's role. We talked earlier about that we wouldn't be responsible for a failure on the payment. But as I read in these answers, these often asked questions, it seems like that it gives the solution to the non-payment is foreclosure of the property. That's a long and messy process. And I'm just not, I'm not sure we understand all, and maybe I'm the one that doesn't, but that's fine, but I'm not comfortable with it.
I mean, obviously, if I can jump in, obviously that's the worst case scenario if, the property owner fails to make payments, and the remedy the city would have to exercise, like you point out, is foreclosure in that instance. I would say though, on these types of deals, typically since the improvements that are being financed, the value of the improvements being financed is compared to the value of the property. We have a lot of collateral there. And so, obviously no one wants to go to pure foreclosure. It is a messy process. And that is the remedy that's available. So,
and I guess the other question is, sorry, Gary, just follow up, is if we're talking about energy efficiency, it's probably going to have to do with a lot of either equipment or things. We've got a 30-year bond, which is going to exceed the life of most of those improvements, I'm suspecting.
The statute authorizes up to 30 years. It does not mean that the city has to approve a 30-year.
So we approve a program for a building that puts in a $100,000, $150,000 heating and cooling system that's going to probably be done in 18 years in the life of the system. So can we structure the bond to be paid in 10 or 15 or 12? So there's some value that.
Yeah, I mean, the city.
Yes. Clear on.
I think we have a policy that says we can't have a bond that's longer than the life of the improvement, correct? Tom? So we can't do that as a city.
Megan, did you want to comment really quick? If you don't mind, Megan will also.
Mr.
I would see like it's not questions, maybe we could ask the motioner postpone this until we get some more answers. I think Ken brings some good points up. Have we read the information yet?
Mr. Sewell?
My comment to that would be, I don't think this is gonna get any better by waiting. And this would give us several weeks to study all the information and be prepared for that discussion. If we learn something between now and then that makes us feel like we don't want to move ahead, then we don't have to. This would just set us up to be prepared to move ahead.
So this is just moving to the council on?
Yes. Yeah, moving to the council in 2 weeks.
We went longer if you thought you needed more time. You could set it for the first meeting in September, for example, if you thought you needed more time to digest the information.
Like that for such a motion that it goes to the first meeting in September. So give us plenty of time.
I also had a question about the bond. Does that go ahead of financing bonds or liens that are already in place, or would it would go ahead of any financing that's in it?
Correct. It's treated like a property tax assessment, and so that's why we ask for mortgage holder consent before we can authorize a project.
Okay, so does that mean it puts you in front of the mortgage?
Yes. And that has been overcome. There's about 100 financial institutions nationwide that have committed to providing lender consent specifically for CPACE financing.
Some members of the council may recall we did, it's been I think probably 15 years ago, we did a citywide assessment, not citywide, but targeted assessment areas around the city for construction of curb, gutter, and sidewalk, and water improvements, and a variety of things. And again, that was the same situation as we managed that process. If someone defaulted on that payment, then we had the ability to go after essentially the full value of the property to recover the amount that was committed. And so people don't default on these lightly, I guess is the point I'm making.
I had the same question Mr. Van Buren did when I read the question and answers at the end. Would we have the appetite as a city to do that, to press forward on, if it's a smaller amount, and would we be willing to foreclose to get that smaller amount? I mean, that's a tough thing to do, I think, but can be.
But however, we've done it before. Yeah, we've done it before, and it's not unprecedented at all.
So if I understand it right, you're also in a position where everybody behind you is going to come to you to try to resolve this. You can't just ignore it. If you're a lien holder and you're in a first position with somebody behind you, if the bank's behind you, the bank's going to come and approach you. They've got to clean it up or they can't go forward.
And nationwide, there's not been a foreclosure yet on a CPACE project.
And nationwide, how many?
250 million.
250 million projects.
The other thought is, we're not talking about our residents here. This isn't going to be a home. They suggest 200,000 or so. I mean, we're talking larger businesses, and so we might have more of an appetite to encourage a larger business to do that. Anyway.
Hi, I'm Megan Dutton from Utah Clean Energy, and there was a question about the life of the bond exceeding the life of the improvement, and the statute actually says that the term of the assessment has to be equivalent to the life of the improvement up to 30 years. So it wouldn't exceed the life of the improvement.
Any other questions?
I think we have a substitute motion as, okay.
Yeah, I'm just gonna let her sit down. Thank you.
There you go.
Appreciate you.
I appreciate the time.
So substitute motion is to move it to the September, what's the exact date?
Well, she's looking
September
at,
6th.
by the way, the Action Target building was built with a conduit, with the industrial revenue bond with conduit financing.
So a substitute motion to move this to the September 6th council meeting. Is there a second? Mr. Connect, any discussion on that motion?
I'd be happy to do that. If you get more support for that, that's great.
So to me, it's either the one motion, the substitute, to take it to the 6th or our next meeting.
The original motion was to have the mayor work out an agreement to bring to us for our consideration. And it would be in regards to energy efficiency only. Am I getting that correct? And
That wasn't part of the original motion, but
that wasn't part of the original motion. We read it back to Lisa. I'll try not to.
Dave Martin's submission.
Yeah.
David Harding moved to have preparation be done so the council can authorize the mayor to sign by the 16th. Second by Jason.
Okay, so it did not include that.
I think that would fall into the parameters that the mayor was talking about. I'd like to maybe describe that. I think that could be, maybe that's one parameter. I don't know if there's any others that we could discuss in that meeting. Would be my suggestion.
So that was the motion, and there's a substitute motion to just move that to the 16th, September 6th.
And it normally includes energy efficiency.
With including energy efficiency.
Limits to energy efficiency. Water conservation.
Yeah, I'd have to withdraw my second if we're going to limit it to that, because I think there's a few other areas that we may want to include. I would like to have a good discussion about that.
How about it, just excluding solar generation?
Yeah, that would be fine for the time being.
So changing the second, the substitute motion.
Well, he would have to
It's
change
gotta
his
be
motion,
Georgia.
so, or we'd have a substitute for the substitute.
It's not energy efficiency.
Let's raise the question, one of the potential uses of this bond would be to build energy or electric charging stations
Right.
at a facility. That's not solar, it's not generation, it's not entirely energy efficiency though, either. It kind of falls in that gray area in between. So again, there may be some value in trying to draw that definition a little more tightly.
Yeah, solar charging stations is a great example.
Yeah, electric vehicle charging station.
It's a great example. My brother lives in Salinas, where they have pristine air, about the same size city, and they have a lot more charging stations than we do here. So I'd love to see things like that.
Mr. Jones.
Let me ask another question. So obviously I haven't seen the agreement. Is there anything about the agreement that dictates or limits what kind of, is that a normal procedure to have something in the agreement that says the municipality will only authorize certain kinds of projects?
The current municipality agreement that's been signed is not restricted that way. I don't believe there's anything that would prohibit us from being able to do that.
Because is there a good place for that in the agreement, or is this more, I guess in your mind, is this more of just a policy that the council is setting about what they'll approve and won't approve?
You could certainly put something in an agreement, but as has been mentioned, any project that came before the city would have to be, the city would have to take action on that specific project. So if it was something that was not palatable to the city, the city would come to approve it.
One of the suggestions I'd make is, I think the last thing you want is somebody who's gone to a lot of work, it's a lot of money, proposal, it's gone through, been approved. And you knew from the beginning you didn't approve it. The question is, how do you best assure that? And then you're being lobbied for something you already said you didn't want to do, but here they are, and they're making a good case for it, and they've spent a lot of money on it, and now you're being lobbied. So the question I would say is, just how do you make sure those don't even bubble up until they're ready for them?
Right now.
Until you're ready, yeah.
Point I wanted to make is we talked about flexibility a lot, and it seems like if we work that into the agreement, then if we get to the point where we resolve our net metering questions, and now we're willing to consider those, now that we have to execute a new agreement, it seems that if we kept it on policy level and even to the point of a resolution and communicate that, I think that preserves that flexibility that we can then, when we're ready, then we can communicate some new instructions and open that up when we're ready.
I think maybe flexibility is the thing where it's not a virtue right now. We don't. I personally, every time a project comes, do we want to have that debate? Or do we have the debate right now, say, yeah, let's stick to energy efficiency, get prepared on those other areas, and then we know where we're going for these projects for a while. And then if we need to execute another agreement, it seems like that's pretty easy to make a new agreement once we decide to open it up. Because now that's not a hard process, is it?
No, it's not. I mean, I guess I would point out too, I mean, if you do it at a policy level, I mean, Sean, correct me if I'm wrong, but the initial application the property owner has to fill out, they have to detail what improvements they're doing. So, you know, any application that Sean has office got, you know, had a project in Provo City involved solar panels, you could just be upfront with the property owner and say, Warm City's not disposed to do solar projects at this time.
And if the council's comfortable with it, I do a fair amount of education and outreach, and I can incorporate that into my conversations when I know I'm talking to someone who has a property in Provo City.
Right, as I'm looking at the agreement in the first whereas, says for financing energy efficiency, renewable energy, and water conservation projects for commercial buildings. I'm assuming you could just strike the renewable energy language in there and just have it be a, you know, a clear statement in the agreement that the other two are what we're interested in and not necessarily that. Again, that may be the place to do it, or you may want to put it in the municipality's responsibilities under the agreement and just put a limitation in there. So it seemed you could have a couple of choices if that's where you wanted to go.
It's an answer to the mayor's question. I think it's very clear. We need to make it very clear what we're willing to accept so people don't spend the time and effort. I think putting it in the agreement is very important, to me at least. It's what we're considering.
So you're sticking with your motions?
Again, my motion, I'll try a motion again. We have the mayor prepare this agreement for consideration at our first September meeting with the striking of the, what's it, renewable energy. Just water conservation and energy efficiency.
Is there a second? Mr. Fennell? Discussion on the motion?
Just interest of clarity, the first whereas has those three. This eligible CPACE projects page actually shows 5. The water conservation, energy efficiency, renewable energy, but they also have electric vehicle charging stations and battery backup and microgrids. I feel like I can support limiting, taking out the option of renewable energy. But as Mr. Sewell pointed out, you know, electric vehicle charging stations, you know, so if we instead of positively saying we will accept these 2, but just saying we will not accept renewable energy applications, then I would be able to support that.
Language will be in the agreement. We'll have the opportunity in council meeting to tweak whatever that is before you adopt. So, and we're just bringing you back a proposal, and we'll do our best to align with your intent.
So
What was the time frame?
September
September
6th.
6th.
We'll bring it to the September 6th council meeting. Okay. Any more discussion on the motion?
Is there a second?
Yeah. Mr. Connect was the second. Did you have a comment?
Just a clarification. So I think Mr. Harding was asking a question sort of Mr. Stewart of how you felt about just striking the renewable energy part, but leaving electric charging stations as one of the options.
It's not in the agreement right now, so we should consider it.
Is that considered renewable, or not renewable, but is that considered energy efficiency to have those charging stations? I mean, maybe that's under that umbrella. I don't know. If it's not, is that for?
You would interpret, go ahead.
So we could add just specifically EV charging stations, because that is broken out in the current.
It is broken out, okay. So we could work that out later, but this is just saying that we want the agreement to come with striking the renewable energy
Right.
and and then we can work out the other details at that time, on September 6th. Is that?
That answers my question. One more question. How long can we, was Energy going to come back to us in September with a proposal?
I think that's our intent. So yeah, you may be able to, you may have your answers necessary to amend this agreement before the end of the year. So that's possible.
When does Provo 360, when does that billing?
Well, yeah,
capability come
again,
online?
that
That's
billing
big.
capability may be the defining factor.
Yeah. So I'm comfortable with that motion too. So any other discussion? Okay, those in favor? We get a voting is unanimous in favor. Thank you. And thank you. Thank you. The next item is, this is a discussion regarding implementation options for applying the sewer base rate by resident households.
I'm 3 weeks in, so give me a couple of weeks.
Good night. Thank you.
The thumb drive, that has the electronic documents, so you can keep that. Yeah. Mhm. And it's also all on the website as well. Yeah. Thanks so much. Thank
Over here.
It was. We just.
Super fast.
Like a rabbit.
Mr. Decker wanted to be here. He's going to be on his way. He's at a state water task force meeting, so he's trying to be back for the next item. He's asked me to present Public Works' first item on the wastewater base rate changes. We originally came to the City Council in April to talk about changing the base rate for multi-unit residential complexes to be based on a per unit charge instead of per connection charge. We came back in June at one of the budget retreat meetings to discuss it further, and we're asked to return to discuss implementation options, and that's the purpose of this presentation. So just to, in the beginning, to recap some of the discussion we had earlier about the philosophy behind the wastewater base rates. The base rate is one of two parts of the wastewater charges on the utility bills, which is a set amount every month, regardless of usage, which is philosophically intended to cover operating costs or to the cost of providing access to the sewer system. So if someone has access, what should the charge be in order to cover that access and the potential they have to discharge into our sewer system? Because certain infrastructure is needed based on that potential, regardless of how much ever goes down the drain. Another purpose of it is to, if we have a drastic drop in the usage, the base rate should be able to cover our ongoing operating costs, so that even though we haven't flushed as much down the drain, we still can pay for what does need to be treated and to have the infrastructure in place to collect it. The other portion is the commodity charge, which ideally would allow us to cover the cost of CIP projects. And so those are the two aspects. Today we're discussing the base rate. And as we looked at opportunities to phase in changes to the base rate. The main objectives were to stick to the 5-year plan that we had presented to council for rate increases over the next few years, and to stick to those percentages for single-family homes, so that we don't have to deviate from that, and it's something that council's already familiar with. Our intention is also to more evenly distribute the burden of the base rate to all sewer users, and so it's not so heavily borne by the single-family homes. And then the other objective is to phase into the revenue covering the operating costs of the wastewater utility, which is currently not doing. So when we met with the council in June, the direction we received was to look at changing the base rate to be per unit for residential units or residential customers, and to be by meter size for commercial users. And so everything you see from here on is based on that approach. We looked at 3 options. The first option was part of our presentation in April, where we proposed moving to a 50%, having each residential unit pay 50% of the base rate in the first year, moving to 75% in FY18, and eventually moving to 100% in FY19 and beyond. We've included that in our analysis again, but we've included 2 other options where the first would be to move gradually this fiscal year to begin at 20% initially, and then for the last half of the year move to 40% of the base rate for a residential unit. And then next year moving to 60, and in FY19 moving to 90 and having the 90% be the base rate from that point on. One of the discussions, or part of the discussion we've had in the last few council meetings we presented at, was about how do we address the economies of scale of larger complexes. When Orem implemented this type of rate for their base rate, they just took $1 off of the residential rate, and that's what they charge the multi-units. And we couldn't find any justification for just $1. So our proposal was to address that type of concern would be to just keep it at 90%. That way, it's always at that percentage regardless of where the base rate goes. Third option we looked at was moving to.
Could you move your thing back?
Yes. Was to move to 30% this year when it's implemented, and then move to 60% next year, 90% the year after. And then I'll show you now the revenue implications, or the base rate implications per unit. So this yellow line is the 5-year plan, which we've shown. This would be the base rate at the percentages we forecasted in the 5-year plan. For currently it's per connection, so it would be for all sewer users. But in implementing on the residential side, per unit would be the following rates as shown. The 438 would be 50% of the current rate, and then the second year would be 75% of the FY18 rate until we get to 100% in 19 and beyond. This would be 20% in the first year for the first part of the first year. 350 is 40% of the rate, and so on. So you see in these 2 options, 60 and 90, the last few years they're equal. The only difference is how much we want to ease into it in the first year. So here are some examples of that rate for specific unit sizes on the residential side. A duplex at 50%, if there were 2 units, it would be $876, the same as the single family rate. And then so on for a 4-plex and 50-plex. depending on the, the number of units in a complex.
Can I make a quick observation?
Yes.
So currently, a duplex would be, if there's no changes made, a duplex would pay the 876, correct?
If they have only one water connection.
One
Yes,
water
which is
connection,
typical.
Duplex, right. And so if we went with the 20, 40, 60, 90 plan, their bill would actually drop
Initially.
initially.
Can I just ask you a question?
Yes.
Since we've all agreed that it was subsidized, anything other than the full charge, why would we object to it?
You mean to implement over time?
Why would we change it in? If we agreed at the beginning, I thought we agreed at the beginning that it was, the final amount is really what it costs, or should be. So why phase?
Our intent with showing the different phases was to allow, I think we were asked to look at allowing those larger units time to prepare their budgets and their finances for such a big change where, in a 50-plex to go from 876 to several $100s a month. If that's a big concern, this would be a way to phase into that and allow them time to charge the residents what they feel they need to make up for that, or
You think it takes 5 years?
well, all three of these options are 3 years, but
3 years, okay.
these are just some scenarios that we presented to you.
So if I could make a comment on that, I think we need to give notice for that for the first year. For a 50-plex going from, and these are monthly, so we're talking about going from $100 up to $1,300, which is a pretty big jump. So I think that first year, but beyond that, I'd be fine going 75, even up to 90 on that second year, because they've got a heads up, they know it's coming. Even 20% I think is kind of a jump. So I'd like to lower it on the front end, but I don't mind going up quickly after the first year. The only other thought is, if you could transition again, for like the duplex, transition from this is where you were at, this is where you will be at, and we'll go 20% of that rather than dropping them down because it's 20%. I don't know how flexible the billing is, but I mean, it would not be hard to take, basically have them pay 20% of the difference between where they were and where they will be for that first year. But maybe I'm down in the weeds a little bit too deep, but on principle, I think it makes sense to ease into it the first year, and I'm comfortable going up to directly up to 90% on the second year.
Looks like these three plans produce different amounts of revenue to me. Did you?
Yes, that's our next slide. Actually, we have some commercial examples first. So on the commercial side, we would be, I guess one thing to point out on the calculations we did for the 20, 40, and the 30 options in the first year, we did 20 for the first 6 months, 40 for the last 6 months, and then in this case, we did 30 for all 12 months. So the revenue balances out between those two because it averages to 30% for the full year. And so when we go to the revenue, you'll see that those last two options have the same amount of revenue. On the commercial side, what would happen is in this option is the 5/8 inch for the American Water Works Association, equivalent by meter size. This would become our multiplier for the base rate. So if we went to 50%, our current rate is 876. There's again on a 5/8 inch would drop from what it is today to be treated kind of like one unit, and building up to where it's 100% of the future per unit charge. But then we have the multipliers for the larger meters that, this would be 2.5 times the per unit rate, which again, for the single family homes is $8.76 currently. So on the smallest meter, it would be a decrease in that, and would build up to where that's a per, I guess the same as they're doing today, but for the larger meters, that's where we have the larger impact. So another example, I only did one other example for commercial, since the 2040 averages out to 30. It shows this 263 is 30% of the 876 we have today. And in this case, the 1-inch meter would be decreasing as well. And then that equivalent of meter size becomes the multiplier for the per unit rate.
The fiscal year 20 numbers, that would just stay steady after that. Those numbers would stay the same after that.
If we didn't do any more rate increases, yeah, if we just stopped at the 5-year plan.
And are there thoughts that we need to be doing for that?
We've talked about adjusting for inflation. I think that would be what we would look at after FY20. Our next presentation might address some of those other concerns we have about the years beyond FY20. So here's an example of the forecasted revenue. This is, I just put this for reference, so you see that it matches the amounts we showed in the 5-year plan. And this is the revenue that we anticipate will be collected in FY17 if we move to 50% of the base rate for multi-units, and also did the phasing in on the commercial sewer users. And then, like I said before, these two options have the same revenue amount because these percentages average out over the course of the first year. The other thing I wanted to show on this slide was we talked about setting the rate, the base rate, so that we're able to collect an amount equivalent to our operating costs in the wastewater utility. That wouldn't happen for a few years, but that would be part of the phasing where I've assumed 3% inflation. If that were to occur, in each of these cases, we'd be getting close or a little bit above that operating cost. Revenue collected from the base rate, matching the operating cost.
Question on these numbers?
Yes.
Is this total collected citywide, including single families, or is this just the difference?
It's the total amount collected, regardless of type, from the base rate only. So it doesn't include the usage rate per 1,000 gallons.
To be very helpful, it would be nice to have a line on there instead of just single family, but like no change if we just left it at the, as well as if we didn't ease into it, if we just did 100% of what the proposal is on all 4 years, so we can see how much of an impact is the easing having versus what we're proposing.
It's fiscal year 17, 16, 17, the year we're in right now.
Yes. So that makes some assumptions, obviously, that aren't going to come to pass since we're already a month into FY17. This assumes that these changes have already begun. So we wouldn't reach that completely, but I guess that's my last one.
Just again, our request that was made by the council was to bring some phasing options, and so that's what we've done to try to get to a point where it makes sense. Obviously, you'll need to set these rates at a public hearing and have that discussion, so it will have to be done formally in a council meeting and allow opportunity for others to comment, just as we do at budget time. So again, it's it's again, as Councilman Stewart suggested, shifting the burden clearly from single-family homes, which have been subsidizing this effort based on the cost of service, and now getting to the point where multifamily and commercial are really family owned.
I'd like to make a motion that there's, starting with, we're gonna take it down. Start with where we are and have, motion that we implement it over a year. We said, if we keep it where it is, but starting with fiscal 17-18, that we cover our full cost.
Is that correct, Councilman?
Full cost, 5,100 or something like that.
So back to the first
Well,
year, that
fiscal
we
year
cover our
20
full
is not
cost.
fiscal year 20, it's fiscal year 17-18. And if we phase it over a year, I just think, how can we justify subsidizing it any longer? I think it's time, a year gives you time to adjust your budgeting.
So keep it the same for a year and then adjust it all at once.
So we just.
Phase it in the first year.
Phase it in the first year. Just one phase, maybe 6 months from now, notice 6 months from now, and then full a year from now.
One of the concerns we heard from, and again, you can judge whether this is a legitimate argument or not, that many of the large multifamily developments sign contracts 6, 8, 9 months in advance, particularly if you're doing a fall and a winter and a spring, summer number. And if the utility costs are built into the rent, then in some cases, they will have signed the contract well in advance and not have time to adjust that contract. And so again, that was one of the concerns we'd heard expressed from multifamily providers was, okay, if we have to do this, fine, but we want to be able to pass it on to our tenants.
Doesn't give you a year to do it that way.
Well, it could, but again, I'm thinking, for example, if I'm a landlord and I have students in my complex and it's April, I'm signing a contract with them now to come back in September.
And most of those contracts, most of those are year contracts that they're signing now. So they
That's
sign a
right.
contract right now
Yes.
for a whole year.
So part of this effort to phase in slowly in the first year was to try to accommodate that concern. I mean, if you were to ask them, they'd say, well, tell us you're going to raise it by how much, but do it a year from now, so that I'm not generating revenue sufficient to cover my additional costs.
Well, I don't have a trouble with phasing it a year from now.
Yeah, and so again, I think that's the only caveat I'd suggest. I think when you hold your public hearing, you'll hear that from the large multifamily complexes, is just tell us what it is, but give us time to adapt.
Just change my motion that we implement it a year from now. A year from the time that we notify.
Yeah, well, and again, I think our effort to do like a 30, 60, 90 was to say, okay, you'll know out 3 years exactly what your commitments will be, but we're affecting you in a very small way in the current year, but we will be affecting you larger in the following year and larger yet in the year after. And so now plan your rental contracts in a way that accommodates that.
The rental contracts are for a year in almost all cases, so.
Yes.
Give a year,
Right.
to give them enough time.
Right.
I mean, I appreciate the fact that they would appreciate having 3 years.
Yes.
But as a residential user, I'd appreciate having 1 year.
I understand what you're saying.
One other question that
So just, George, would it be implemented a year from the time the mayor signs it?
A year from the time we adjust the rates.
Okay.
one other question that I had would also be that you said I like the 90, there are economies of scale, I believe, at 90% rather than the 100%, because I think some of those bigger units should get a little bit of a break because of the sheer volume.
I'm okay either way, whatever the council feels.
And that was gonna be my question. We have 90%, and do we feel comfortable that it costs 90% to service 50, a single 50-unit building costs 90% of what it costs to service 50 single-family homes?
I think we agree that we think the cost is less. Whether 90 is the right number is, still remains in question. The fact that our neighbors to the north settled on a 90% number seems to have some comparative value. It doesn't push us far ahead or far below what's been done locally. So
You change the motion from full cost to 90% cost recovery.
to 90%. Is there a second?
So I understand that it was what percent this year and then the full percent next year, or what was it?
90%.
How much this year?
No change this year is what I understood.
No change at all this year.
When we're saying this year, we're talking 17, 18, starting just.
That's 16, 17.
16, 17.
So that 30 is now 0 at the bottom there.
It is 0.90 essentially. If you're looking at the 30, 60, 90, it'd be a 0.90.
0.99.
So we would stay at the connection, we would charge $8.76 per connection, regardless of units, regardless of meter size, for another year. And then in FY 17-18, move to the 90% for the multi-units and commercial.
For those who run these multi-units, that they said they could absorb 30%?
Well, you'll have to hear from them
Yeah.
when you entertain public comment. But again, the general sense we've had from talking to some of those owners is, okay, we don't like it, but we get it. We just need time to adapt. So if you think about it, Jimmy, go back, can you show us let's look at a 500 unit complex for an example. So, or 50-plex. So again, if you're looking at that change from right now, which is 876 for that 50-plex, to the 90% recovery rate, which would be 537, the bottom one, 537.30. So that's a pretty significant jump. Right now that 876 is getting split among 300, assuming you have 6 students in an apartment. It's being split between that many renters. And so again, if you go to 537 and you've got 300 residents in that 6-plex, that's a couple of bucks, $1.50, $1.75 a month that they would have to recover, assuming that level of occupancy. And so again, I think part of the concern was as you're moving from something that's really negligible to something now that I really do have to raise my rent to accommodate that. They just wanted to be in a position to be able to do that. So that's what we heard. Again, I'm not guaranteeing that's what you'll hear when they come to council meeting, but that's some of the feedback we got early on.
I think we also need to consider, in addition to the apartment owner's point of view, the tenant's point of view, that they're going to ultimately absorb this. So I like the phased approach, kind of spread it out a little bit, because their budgets are going to have to adjust too.
Maybe adjust the contracts at the end.
I don't know if I should make my comments now or wait until there's a second proposal, a different thing, but, I don't know if it's something like a 10, 50, 90 strikes me, but with that 10, 50, 90, I think it should be the percentage of the increase, not the percentage of the
current base rate.
Current, right. So instead of, if you're a duplex, instead of going from 876 down to 3.5, it would be 10% between the 876 and the 1750, 1752. So you just take 10% of the difference, rather than
10% bump this year and then phase in.
Yeah, right.
The remainder over the two subsequent years.
50, 90 is how I'd like to see that.
My motion was just to generate discussion, so.
So, is there a second on the motion?
It's not seconded, so we're in discussion phase still.
Just a follow-up question on that. Is that model that Mr. Harding proposed, is that easy to implement? Where you're basing the increase on how much it's going up and sort of having steps to get there?
We probably have to get some input from our billing department who sets those in the system. But I think ultimately it's possible. It's just a matter of how much work there has to be done on the back end to enter it in and do the calculations.
I think, Jimmy, what I'm hearing is that recognizing that this base rate, if you look at the duplex, would be going from 876 to eventually 2471 on the 90% recovery rate, or 2149, I guess, with that 3-year cycle. So we're saying that it's a, whatever that number is, $13 ballpark increase. And so you add to the 876, you'd add $1.30 if it was $13. And then the subsequent year, I think again, you're adjusting the base rate based on a fixed amount. And so it's
110%, right, the first year?
right. So yeah, you'd go 876 and then you'd add $1.30 to that if that's 10%, right, of the total increase.
It's 110%, then 150 or 160%.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Till you get to the point where you're at the 2149 in the 3 years. That makes sense.
Right. One thing that's complicating that is each year that base rate is going up even for a single family home.
It's going to be right.
Otherwise, it would
That's
just
correct.
be double. It would just be the
Right,
1752. And so I'm saying, 10% of the difference between 876 and 1752.
I think we can certainly model that. Look at do all these same calculations, but do it on essentially
But what I don't want,
you're talking about.
I think we want to signal like, hey, your rates are going up, not, hey, we're going to increase your fees, therefore we now cut in half, more than half what you're paying.
Right.
To signal to you that you're raising. Yeah.
Right.
Calm before the storm.
So I guess the motion would be then, if that's acceptable, is to do one more model to come back and show you what those numbers would look like. And then if you want to move it to a public hearing on an agenda, we can do that as well. So however you'd like to proceed.
I'd like to see it moved as soon as possible, so if you can come with a model when it comes to the public session. You can give it to us ahead of time so we can look at it. I'd second your motion.
Okay, so I'll make a formal motion. I'll move that we move this item to the 16th of August council meeting, and that we develop a model that implements the base rate increase on multifamily units to be 10% of the increase the first year, 50% of the increase the second year, and 90% on all subsequent years. And to modify the commercial rates as proposed, and have that plan presented to us at our council meeting.
Second.
When are you actually going to change the fee schedule for the first time?
Well, we've already made the change to the 5-year plan rates for this year, so we'd have to set it to occur on the next billing cycle or whatever time parameters you want to put on it. We'd have to do another rate increase effective
at our next meeting.
Yeah, the next meeting.
Our billing department, in our meetings with them, they have requested, I think, 60 to 90 days to get it in the system and implemented and tested.
Yeah.
So
We can do that when we pass it.
Yeah, we can set it in a
So the motion, do a second. Mr. Stewart, second. Any discussion? Just clarification, when you say 90, subsequent years, just 90 and then it stays at that rate for the subsequent years.
Correct.
Right, not increase.
90% of the single family rate.
So those in favor? Opposed, unanimous. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. O'Connor. Are you on for the second one too?
I've been asked to introduce it.
Okay, so this one is a discussion on the impact of proposed phosphorus and nitrogen effluent limitations on Provo's water reclamation plan and potential impact on wastewater rates.
he's trying to prepare that, maybe I can start off with some introductions. My name is Richard Mickelson. I've been recently hired from Brigham City to come down here and be the environmental and the laboratory compliance officer. So that's what my job is. I've been here since October of last year. And so that's basically about me. I've been in the wastewater business for about 16 years, testing and making sure that the wastewater that we treat is compliant and meeting the regulations that the state has put forward to us. So I consider myself a practical environmentalist because what I do cleans the water, and that's what I do. And before that, I did research for some pharmaceutical companies identifying degradation products in transdermal products. So that's my background, and I've been in the lab business for about 28 years. So did you want to?
I just wanted to give a brief introduction. This is Richard Mickelson, where he introduced himself. And we have a few other scientific experts we've asked to join us, and I'll let Rich introduce them when he gets up. And then Dave Becker should be joining us as soon as he gets back. Our intent with the council today is to discuss a state report that has major implications for our wastewater treatment plant. And we have an item on the agenda for this evening to discuss a joint resolution between the mayor and council with to address some of the concerns we have with that report and those implications. And so we're going to talk first about some of the concerns we have with the report, and then we have one slide to discuss the financial implications of the changes that the state is proposing. So go ahead, Rich.
All right, thank you, Jimmy. I've got quite a few props I'd kind of used mostly for my benefit so that I can readily answer questions or provide information. Just to announce some of the people we have in the room that I've invited is Dr. LeVere Merritt. He's a retired professor from BYU from civil engineering environmental. He has had 43 years, from what I understand, of experience teaching at the university as well as studying the lake. And also in the back we have Dr. Theron Miller. And Dr. Theron Miller, if you guys are aware that Provo City entered in with an agreement with Timpanogos and basically Utah Lake Coalition is what we have called it. And he is an expert in environmental ecology and studying of how everything all comes together. And he's done quite a bit of work for us already at the lake, and this year he's in the middle of a study. Back in the back is his counterpart, Dr. Richards. He also mirrors Dr. Miller in expertise in algae and in the ecosystem and entomology and so forth. And then we have, did I miss somebody? Nope, I don't think so. So the purpose of my presentation is to kind of educate you or to give you information and understanding about what the lake is and how the state interacts with with Provo City and what kind of ramifications their reports have. And to go from there, we'll start off by going to the next slide. And how do I do that myself? Just like this. So the authority of the state is the United States has the EPA. You've probably heard of the Clean Water Act of 1972. They delegate the responsibility to the state of Utah, the state legislators, and the state government establish what and how we're going to do things. And I have, then the next level is the Department of Environmental Quality. You may have heard it as the DEQ. That is run by Alan Matheson as the executive director. And then you've got the Utah Division of Water Quality, or the DWQ, and I didn't put Walt Baker's name. I should have put his on there. He's the one that's the director over that department. And then Provo City. We have been given the charge to treat the wastewater from Provo City under their direction and their permits that they give us. And I'm currently right now, Provo City, I don't know if you're aware, it has one of the best water quality effluents that's going out of our pipe is what we call it. And that water meets all the requirements that they have, so much so if we would add chlorine to the water, it would meet pressured irrigation water quality, and then we could water our lawns with the water. That's how clean our water is. Just to give you another chart here, that the DEQ has different boards that are made up of different individuals from the industry and from the water DEQ and people that have interest. Right now there's 9 people on the board. Basically the Utah Division of Water Quality reports to them. They get their money and their funding from this board. And then Provo again is under the DWQ. Currently right now, the DWQ has what we call the 2016 integrated report. They're under commission from the Congress to generate this report. And this report is the 305B. That's the report that they have to submit. And I should have brought it. It's about 2.5 inches thick. And it goes into quite detail of some of their purposes and why they're doing it, how they set it up, the changes that are going on from that. And the purpose of that report is basically to set the rule, to set the stage of where they are going to take these their water and how clean the water needs to be. And that brings the second part of the report card is the 303D list. And if your water ends up on this impaired water body list, they basically grade it and say your water is not clean enough, you need to clean it up. And setting that in this report, then you will have to take action to clean the water. I basically went through all the chapters. There's a bunch of different chapters. They discuss all the different aspects of that. Pulling it from their 2016 integrated report, I just took the percentages and I kind of just put it in, and they have different categories. One being that it's fully supported, it's great water. That's like, I consider that like an A. Category 2 is somewhat supportive, but still pretty good water. So I consider that like a B. Now this is my own resignation or understanding of it to try to give it a grade, because I'm used to getting grades in school. And then grade 3 would be there's not enough information. We don't know what it is, why it's impaired or not impaired, but we just need to get more information. And then 4 is it's not supporting what it needs to be, and 5 listed as not impaired or as it is impaired. So I just took the percentages and chose the highest percentage. So you can see that they have the number of streams. They would get a C. The miles of those streams, they are showing that 43% of those are impaired, so that would be an F. Number of lakes, there's 41 of the lakes that fall under the B category, so they get a B, and then the total numbers of lakes would be a C category. So I don't know if that, if you want to know grades, that would be their report card. They put up all the waterways in Utah, and you can see Provo, Utah Lake is pretty good size, but not compared to Utah Lake, to the Great Salt Lake. And then we have other water bodies that feed, like Deer Creek and Jordanelle, that feed into the Provo, I keep calling it Provo, but it's actually Utah Lake. And then, and the reason why I bring that up is because back here, when they're listing the lakes, they like to show that the lake acreage that the Great Salt Lake is so large, they like to take it out of their calculations to show how bad their waterways are. So the common question I like to ask them is, why did you pull the Great Salt Lake out of your calculations of your percentages? If I had a mutual fund that was doing very well, I don't pull it out because I want to look at all the smaller mutual funds that are not doing well. So that's one question I like to ask them. So in short, the DWQ is saying that Provo is polluting the water, so clean it up. That's what they're telling us. And something I already mentioned, one of the questions I had is, initially I've lived here in Utah nearly my whole life, and I thought Utah had clean water. When I go backpacking, I used to just dip a cup in the stream and had good water. And I didn't get Giardia until they started telling me Giardia is in the water, you better start filtering it, so we do that now. And then the question I asked was, since I'm a practical environmentalist, then I thought the water was clean. Why does Nevada and California want Utah's water if it's so filthy? And they keep telling us that the water is so bad. I think Utah has good, clean water. So I think personally that the 2016 integrated report is misleading, inaccurate, and needs additional information. Hence, specifically, they put Utah Lake as Chapter 5, and it's probably 40 pages or so, distinctly describing how bad Utah Lake is. And they introduced a new parameter called the HAB, or no, that's not the one I want, or the harmful algal blooms that everybody's heard about recently. I want to talk a little bit. I'll talk a little about total maximum daily loads a little bit later. In short, what the DWQ is trying to do is institute what they call a technical-based effluent limit. So they want to say how well or how clean can you clean the water in Provo. And so initially they started doing that, and they initiated a rule, that's the R3171-3.3, if you want to look those things up. Basically what they're saying is we need to remove our phosphorus because that's nutrient loading that's causing the algae to grow out there in the lake. And they wanted us to reduce that down to 1 part per million by 2020 and 20 parts per million by 2025. And that's important because from their point of view, the algae can't grow if there's no food. And if there's no food, then they won't grow. And the question is, will this new rule have a measurable effect? And so we just got back from a meeting from the with Walt Baker, who's the Department of Water Quality, and this poster that I've got in my hand is from, and I can't roll it out and have 4 people stand up to hold it up, but it's from a recent professor up at BYU, and it's Dr. Carling, and he did a big study on can we use the golf course as a wetland to help remove the phosphorus and the nitrogen from the water? And the answer to the question is yes, and it meets these limits or is very close to these limits and meeting those limits. And so I find that interesting because that's what we're trying to get to before the water gets into Utah Lake, and from this data right here, it does show that right now. So just to give a summary of the Provo City Sewer Plant, in 1963 it was initially built, and in 1975 the plant upgrades to the oxidation ditch were initiated and didn't come into full line until 1975. And so by 2020 we are going to need to comply to the regulations by the DWQ, which is 1 part per million phosphorus. Right now we get in about 4 parts per million, so we're going to have to reduce it down by about 1/4 or more. From a practical environmentalist point of view, we've got to be below 1. We don't want to just kind of hang on the level because we want to have really clean water. And in 20 whatever, we're not sure, will they require us to have the phosphorus go below 1 to help even limit that even more. So phosphorus and nitrogen, if you hear that they're talking about nutrients, it's the combination of both of those which require nutrient levels to be reduced to the parameters I just set before that. Why phosphorus and nitrogen? I mentioned before, it's for the plants and the algae, they need that to grow. Known ratio is 1 to 10 nitrogen, or phosphorus to nitrogen. So if you keep that ratio at 1 to 10, then you can pretty much develop a nice, whatever you're trying to grow, your grass, your trees, or algae. Utah Lake watershed, I already mentioned before, has Jordanelle, Deer Creek, Strawberry, and Mona all feed into Utah Lake. And you can see the size of Utah Lake, and there was some question as well, if we just
drain Deer Creek and Jordanelle to get water back into Utah Lake and make it a full-grown deep water lake again, would that reduce the algae? And they would, if you dumped all those, you might change the level of the lake by 1 foot. And just for your information, the lake loses 1 foot of water every month due to evaporation.
In the summertime.
In the summertime, thank you. So algae, I want to make a distinction between green algae and blue-green algae. The green algae is non-toxic, and the blue-green algae has the potential to be toxic at about 40%. So 40%, let's say there's 10 councilmen sitting around the room, 4 of you have the potential to be toxic, but doesn't mean you're going to be toxic. So,
Glad you said councilmen.
and women.
They're the toxic ones.
So this is probably a lot to say here, but this is from the Department of Water Quality's website. Talks about algae blooms. Are they harmful, and why are they, potentially harmful? In short, the blue-green algae is potentially be bad. Green algae is not. And they even state on their own website, although most algae blooms are not toxic, so how many people think in this room that the Utah Lake is toxic? So we have a few, you didn't have to raise your hand, but thank you for those that did. You think that it's toxic, but
That's because we've been told it is.
and you've been told that it is. And there's a reason why. The 2014 integration report, that's the predecessor to this one, they set standards that said, we will set a level. I think I have that. And I don't, oh, there it is. That we're going to set this lake recommendations, and when the thresholds cross this 100,000 count right here for cell counts, that doesn't mean they're bad toxic bacteria. That just means there are bacteria there. It's just green. It looks green. If it crosses that threshold, then we are going to notify the public that there is a potential for toxicity, and that was in 2014. And if you remember, in 2014, there was an incident out at Linden Bay, and so that's what started this whole process. So, but you need to also be aware that this is just the cell count. 100,000, and high, and that's a moderate. This is from the World Health Organization, and from high is from 100,000 to 10 million. That is that's high, and greater than 10 million is very high. These right here are microcystin. That is a toxic component. If that's there, then yeah, you don't want to drink the water, and you don't want to swim in the water if it's above 20 parts per million, or chlorophyll A over 10 or 50 parts per million. And the Utah Lake, they did a number of samples, and some of those samples, which I listed right here, from their highest count was 36 million. So yes, there was a lot of algae, and there was a lot of potential for toxicity. They tested that sample and found less than detected toxicity. So what does that mean? That your water wasn't toxic, and they know that, and they have not told the public yet that the water is not toxic. Out of all the samples that they tested, and I only put a handful up here, there was one sample that was tested, and instead of grabbing out in the water where you would be swimming or utilizing the water, they went to the shore and skimmed it off at the top where the wind rose had concentrated it up against the shore. That one sample over in Lincoln Bay did test for about 172 parts per million of microcystin, which is toxic. So don't go swimming over there or step in the water over there in the Lincoln Bay. And that was a few days ago. The other thing you need to keep in mind is that these toxicity compounds break down readily in the water and consumed up by the ecosystem. Although, am I right, Dr. Miller and Dr. Richards?
Takes a few days.
Takes a few days, and then it's gone. That's why Utah Lake is such a robust system, because it corrects itself and puts itself back into be a healthy situation. The thing I wanted to point out right here is, here's the July 13th, the 35 million, huge amounts. Here's Provo Bay's water ski park, and look at the amount of the algae that was there, less than 3,000. And the reason why I bring that up is, and I can skip through all these algae and what they look like, but here is one of the things that the state has been saying is that they've never seen this size of algae bloom, and so I wanted to put up here on the screen. One of these is 2000. Oh, and sorry for the dashed lines, but these are satellite photos, and I have to give what the satellite gives me on pictures. So the green algae that you see right here that's fluorescent in the lake, that's algae. So which one of these would you think is 2016 and which one is 2006, if they've never seen such a large algae bloom before? Well, the answer to your question is this one is 2006 and this one's 2016. So there's these satellite images, they go back to here's 1972 in September. Here's a week before, and here's the week of September 18th, 1972. Now, I don't know if you guys remember 1972, but I was just a little kid, so I burned the field up my neighbor's house, so it must have been a dry year. I don't remember. If we go to 1983, I don't know if you guys remember, the State Street was made a stream. Do you remember that? Well, just guessing that this lake might have been a lot deeper, so we don't see very much algae, and most of the whole 1983 looked like that. In 1985, just a couple of years later, here's a huge algae bloom right here. So to say that it's never happened before would be inaccurate. So what contributes to these algae blooms? The nutrients that the Provo City Sewer does provide nutrients for that. I've wanted to defer a little bit to Dr. Merritt. He's produced, if you'd like, he's produced a white paper which basically describes 50, 70 years of his background on Utah Lake. So you're welcome to, it's 20 pages, so I don't expect you to read it during the rest of my presentation, but I think that it kind of gives a great synopsis of a lifetime of his observation of the lake. The Department of Water Quality is not too happy about that paper because he says that, well, in short, he's saying that it doesn't matter how much money we pump into the lake removing phosphorus, it's not going to make any difference. You're not going to see a clarity change. You're not going to see an improved or reduction of the algae blooms because there's plenty of other sources to produce the algae. Yes.
So what difference does it make if you're in a drought year or a high volume year with a lot of rain to kind of pass through the system? What does that do to the concentration of nutrients?
One, it would dilute it, but also you have, on a drought year, they're drawing the lake down more and more. And so then the shallower the lake is, the warmer the water gets, and then the bacteria can grow right. Am I speaking true back there? Dr. Merritt?
When you get a large flux of water in the lake, real high water, then the temperature is going to stay a little cooler. You actually get a much larger nutrient load under those conditions overall. But those kinds of years tend to be a little bit more turbulent years in terms of the weather. And so we tend to get better mixing. The lake's so deeper, it tends to circulate better. And based on my experience, it's not the nutrients that determine the growth. It's the turbidity of the lake. And that lake turbidity, most people dam it and call it, oh, muddy lake. It's not, it's actually what saves Utah Lake. Because when the lake clears up and you get clear water and the sunlight is able to penetrate deeply, then you can get huge algal blooms that just go shore to shore on that lake. And so the nutrient loading, I'm going to not go way into the nutrient loading on the lake of phosphorus and nitrogen is 15 to 20 times the amount that is needed to make the lake like it is. So if you took all but one part out of all that, which is more than 90% from all sources, then you would still have adequate nutrients for the lake to perform the way it performs.
And part of the reason why I brought up Deer Creek up there is because, correct me if I'm wrong, about the 70s or the 80s, you suggested to the Department of Water Quality that that lake did have the right conditions. If you remove the nutrients, that it would become a clear water body. And that's what they did, and that's the way it's turned out. Am I right?
That's correct. That was early in my career. We had a team that looked at Deer Creek, and we said, if you want to go and spend this much money to clear it up, it will happen. Now, when we say clear it up, you get a significant improvement in the clarity of the water. That's about the difference you see in that case.
Plus, Deer Creek is very deep as well.
That's what happened, Deer Creek has cleared up.
Yes.
Somewhat.
We have, June was the hottest June on record, I believe.
Yes.
So high temperatures and not a lot of humidity probably. So are those the kind of the, some of the
Perfect case there.
Same with July. The Illinois July was warm as well. This was in July. So and it was very calm for the week prior to this recent bloom as well. So it all combined. Yeah.
Okay. This question that's been, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to throw out, so I remember reading articles on this, so I pulled one up. The levels of toxins have been on steady decline, talking about the reopening. Levels were either non-detect or low detect in all the 2 areas, indicating the 2 areas, and sorry, this is speaking of, according to the article, toxins. Let's see. Possible advert, okay, about 600 people have called Utah Poison Control Center about exposure to the lake, with 30% of those reporting that they had experienced adverse health effects. So you're saying that that's all kind of placebo?
No, I'm not saying that at all. People get allergic to peanuts or whatever, or I'm allergic to milk. I'm not saying that it's not bad or it's not whatever. And what I'm saying is the integrated report needs to be addressed, because what they're saying now is introduced is that these harmful algal blooms, and we're going to shut down the lake at the public safety at whatever. What they need to do is set the level and, one, test the water to make sure, and of course put up advisory signs that say no swimming, no contact with the water. But they should not be calling it toxic. It's an algae bloom. Is the algae good or bad? It's algae. That's why I was coming back to the blue-green algae and the green algae. For example, Provo Bay has green algae in it, where we, Provo, feed that bay with huge amounts of nutrients, at least from the data that we have here. And we were able to generate green algae, which is good. The thing about blue-green algae is it's very resilient. If it's lacking nitrogen, it will go up and pull or affix the nitrogen straight from the air and pull it in. So one question I'm curious is, if we're going to limit the nutrients in there, which one is going to survive? And the blue-green algae will survive, where the green algae will not. So why not put a competitive supply and demand, if you will, for the algae, and have plenty of nitrogen for the green algae to thrive and live, where the blue-green algae will not cause these huge blooms that we've got going on. Did I answer your question at all? Not directly?
I'm just some of what you're saying is different than other things that I've been hearing, so I'm just.
Yeah, and that's why I've got these experts here who are experts in algae. I'm an expert in testing this stuff, or testing the wastewater streams. I'm not an expert in the algae, and I've learned all this in the last month, conversing and talking with these algae experts. And Dr. Miller, do you want to add a little bit to that?
Yeah, I've read just about all the papers that DWQ quoted in their IR. And even those papers admit that a lot of this stuff is because it's epidemiological in nature, a lot ends up being anecdotal. In other words, there's not enough scientific rigor to link the symptom with the cause, i.e. link an allergenic response to Provo or Utah Lake exposure. So, it could be that kids went for a roll in the grass and there was Kentucky bluegrass. And like when I was a kid, I used to get rashes on my back if I didn't have a shirt on. So it could be any number of things. It could be, it's a dusty day. So it's really hard to link it directly. So could it have been? Sure, we can't deny that as scientists. Are there other potential allergens that were out there that they were exposed to equally or more? Certainly. So that's the uncertainty that we have and what we're faced with. So, but by and large, with the papers we've seen is that you need the toxins there to have a definitive response as per a toxicity issue, not just an allergenic issue. And that's one of the key factors that we need lots of research on. And I think worldwide, this is a key component for entomologists and algae experts like me that are working on it. So lots of work needs to be done.
So kind of maybe pull this back so we can kind of conclude on this so that we can move on a little bit. One of the papers that is cited in the integrated report is from Oregon. And Oregon has, you can see right here on the board here, they have in any 1 year, they've had, in 2014, they had 11 of them. And as many back in 2009, they had 21. And these are health advisories. And they saw that being a problem in Oregon because a lot of their money was from tourism, and everybody was staying away because they had all these health advisories. Let's not go there. They created a group of like the Department of Water Quality and also from the health department and other entities that were interested and concerned about this issue and said, what can we do to make sure we don't have false announcements go across. So you can see that once they did a bunch of research, and once they initiated this, they were able to reduce some of their public announcements because the water that they determined and tested was not toxic. So even by reducing it by 3 and public announcements, then they were able, and then this year, that year on 2012, they reduced them even more. So they got quicker and better at being able to announce to the public that the water, when they needed to stay out of the water, they did. And we here in Utah had 1 algal bloom, and they're already touting the next one. And I am not saying that Provo doesn't need to do or be responsible in cleaning the water. That's what Mark and our team do. We clean the water.
So we have cities that are putting out effluent. Then we have a lot of runoff from farms where there's a lot of fertilizer. So what's the biggest contributor?
They say in the news that it's 76% the wastewater treatment plants. So if we can get the waste treatment plants to reduce theirs, they'll be able to do their job.
Just a quick comment on that as well. One of the key things for today as well is to do a more accurate accounting of the loads come in, including the agricultural and auxiliary tributaries. When Walt made that statement, it's like he's gone as high as 80%. That's based on the recent data that we've looked at as well. There was a Central Utah Project data set that said, I believe, 48 different sources of water in Utah Lake. One thing that didn't include was the upgrades that happened to Orem and to Timpanogos about 3 or 4 years ago. And now, which we realize is when you go around the wetland, around the golf course, Provo also participates. But the phosphorus has been reduced from 3.5 to 4 milligrams per liter down to about 1 in the 3 biggest plants in Utah County. So the more recent county would be a whole lot less loading than the 80% that's been used by DWP and Walt Baker. But that is a no-no yet. We're gonna get this for another year or more and get that accounting much better, but I can guarantee you it's not gonna be like every reporting that's been cited in the literature, by Walt Baker and in the earlier TMDL, so we're gonna make it better, more accurate.
There's 2 other sources that DWP is not reported either. That's on atmospheric deposition. There's a tremendous amount of atmospheric deposition nutrients, and also from the lake bottom itself. Lake bottom has tons of phosphorus in it that every uses in the water, regardless of how much nutrients are coming in. Different facilities are agricultural.
Where does that come from? Where does the nutrients from the bottom come from? Just deposited over centuries, or?
It's just legacy.
Decaying vegetation around the lake, cattails from that.
And the atmospheric deposition, is that birds, or, I mean, what are we looking at?
That's just dust. Great dust. That's what we have from all agriculture and human activities. Even if you go up to the Uintas or in the snow melt in the winter, you're gonna find lots of nitrogen, phosphorus in the water.
Okay.
And the snow melt. But Utah Lake has such a big surface area that atmospheric deposition plays an important role. And of course, the bottom of the benthic area of Utah Lake, where there's lots of phosphorus, has accumulated over since Lake Bonneville existed. So it's been accumulating nutrients for tens of thousands of years. Plus, earlier in the settlement period, we were dumping our raw sewage into the lake. So there's a whole bunch of phosphorus and nitrogen still out there.
Dr. Mary?
Sorry. I'd like to take just a couple of minutes and kind of put it in perspective, I think. But the state made a decision a few years ago to begin to reduce nutrients at wastewater treatment plants. A lot of us told them that that was not wise at that point because the information is not available and it's still a rapidly developing science as to the cause and effect and how things respond. They decided, however, to push ahead for reasons that they could try to explain to you. When we started to look at this, then we kept telling them that we don't think this is a wise decision because it's very likely that nutrients are not the kind of problem in the valley basin areas of Utah the same as it is in many other areas with coastal waters or high mountain pristine waters and so on, because nearly all of the waters associated with wastewater treatment plants are in the valley basin, where the system tends to be naturally nutrient rich. And it appears in most cases that if you're to take back out all of the nutrients coming from the treatment plants, that there would still be an abundance of nutrients in almost every situation. Now you can find a few streams, a few springs and so on where that's not true. And as you get up into the canyons and up into the higher mountains, then I can show you a lot of places where that's not true, where nutrients are very important in terms of the water quality and what's happening. But the state has elected to go ahead and push hard on this at a cost of a few $100 million, which could explode to well over $1 billion. And because of my experience and what we've looked at and the situation that we see in Utah Lake, along with the waters actually pretty much along the Wasatch Front, then we see that as a terrible waste of resources and money. And the state doesn't agree because they made a decision. They need to describe that, defend that decision. Oftentimes the way they defend it is by attacking the people who criticize them. But I guess that's a natural response. But anyway, this report is simply saying, hey, we're going to just push right ahead and do all this stuff. And we're saying that when you're all done, you're not going to have very many benefits. And if you do that, it's going to be a great waste of the public resources. So that's it.
Thank you. So I just wanted to summarize here what he was talking about. There's a thing called the daily or the total maximum daily load. Basically, how much can Utah Lake hold or how much can we keep putting into it? And what he was referring to is what they call a technical effluent base limit. So what they were saying is, we don't know if that's the right value to get to, but that's the value we're gonna shoot for to try to get, because it just makes sense. If you remove the food, they shouldn't grow as much, right? So we want to get you to 1 part per million phosphorus. So that's the technical based effluent limit. So you'll hear that and they rattle it off all the time, but it's just an acronym. It is part of the TMDL, which is the total maximum daily load. Now, we just got out of a meeting where they were discussing, should we make it a site specific so they find out what the site is, or should we do a total daily maximum load study? And what they were basically saying is, well, which one do you guys want us to go down? One will be harder than the other when we end up getting to the bottom. And if we know that your number needs to be 0.0, way, way low that you can't even read it or detect it, then you're going to have to meet that level, which means it's going to cost us a lot of money to meet that level. And in the end, will it actually make any difference to the lake? We don't know the answer to that question because we haven't done it. So their point was, let's go with the technical base effluent limit and try to hit that 1 part per million. And that's where we're at right now, which means we have to meet that limit by 2020 because we kind of started down this path already. So anyway, the TMDL was already in place in 1994, 2006, and 2010 for these different reasons. But in 2004, they determined that the data that they received for the TMDL study gave them no conclusions as saying that this is what we need to do for the lake. There was no end conclusion. Hence now we're moving forward with this harmful algal bloom and so forth. So anyway, that's pretty much my presentation. I did, some people asked me to produce questions that I have questioned the DWQ when they came to visit. So I'm going to pass those around. You can look at those questions. You can ask them of me or any of these experts. They're much better than I am answering those questions with respects to algae. But that's my presentation. I turn the time back over to Dave, I guess.
I'll give it a little bit of a comment here. I think what the city of Provo should be mostly concerned about is Provo Bay itself, which has been listed by DWQ as impaired for ammonia and pH. Just in the recent 2016 report. Provo Bay, I'm not sure if it's impaired for nutrients or not. If you ever go to Provo Bay, it's a great waterfowl habitat. It's one of the most productive parts of the lake. So I think the big concern would be there. I would suggest that you're considering spending tens to hundreds of millions of dollars in there's lots of better alternatives to just reducing it. For the two questions that someone mentioned, you could run the water to the golf courses as a wetland. You could build different catchments in Provo Bay to catch the water and allow wetlands to increase this submerged aquatic vegetation, cattails and the bulrushes and things like that. So re-emerge, and those would start consuming nutrients in your algal production. So there's lots of really environmentally friendly ways that would benefit the waterfowl, recreation, and others than spending just on treating water.
Is there a way to create turbidity to put air into the lake? I mean, I don't know if that's even possible. I'm just.
I think air to the water. I think that's not very cost effective, and it's kind of artificial. You have a lot of conflict.
Yeah.
Of course, Provo Bay is only a couple of inches deep for most of the days. This starting to convert from this dry time of year into back into a wet. So if you actually disturb the aquatic vegetation, media vegetation for that. Once again, that was something for nutrients, and your algal column would likely be gone. Problem in Provo Bay is not a toxic producing algae, it's a green algae. It has a lot of benefits. It produces lots and lots of invertebrates, and zooplankton feed on it, and zooplankton are a food source for birds and other invertebrates. So Provo Bay is, I think, where you should be focusing on attention because it's been listed as impaired.
Who can change what DWQ is requiring? The legislature?
That's why we're here. You can. serious. They have a public comment on their integrated report, and it's, the deadline was August 9th, but we were able to petition them to move it to September 8th, so they've given us an additional 30 days. I can send you where to send your comments on to the DWQ, and they want feedback. It's kind of like when people come to comment here at a hearing. This is your opportunity to be heard, so that they know where you're coming from.
They won't take feedback from the experts, why would they take it from us?
Because you're a citizen
So
and an elected official.
let's take this to its natural conclusion where we get rid of everything. We put nothing in there. We clean up our act totally, and the lake still has algae blooms and problems. Then what are they going to make us do?
Well, that's a good point, and I have two thoughts on that. One, the next step will be you'll have to get rid of the pharmaceuticals, which will be another unit operation that you'll have to add. Oxidation, ozone, to get rid of, to biodegrade your pharmaceuticals that a lot of people send down the drain. The other, when you get the water that clean, you'll be reusing it on your landscape, and it won't end up in the lake. It'll end up being used somewhere else, and then the lake will suffer the loss of that water. That's what will happen.
I guess my point is the lake, just because of its natural features, may still continue to have a problem even if we are not contributing. And it's like, what, then we're supposed to go out there and solve a natural problem? I don't see the end game at $100 million. I mean, it's like we're going to spend a lot of money.
I think that's a perfect segue into Dave.
I just wanted to do just a quick conclusion here. We oftentimes, especially when Jimmy and I come together, it's finances.
Why do we let this happen?
Why do we keep doing this? But I wanted just to finish with a couple of thoughts. And I apologize. I know Jimmy did the introduction to this presentation. I did not intend to miss that. It's somewhat of a controversial issue, and I wanted to be here and had another meeting with the state. Just so that you understand, and Jimmy has just passed out a packet. It contains some information from Waterworks, who's our consultant in the back. They've done a number of presentations for the council on the master plan that's been presented to the city. And much of this information comes from that master plan. So we're trying to consolidate it on this slide for you. Between now and 2025, the city would end up paying about $52 million at the treatment plant. And part of that, a good chunk of that, comes from the regulations. I do have to tell you that if the regulations weren't being put in place, we would still have to do improvements to the treatment plant. The treatment plant is old. We've talked about that in the past. There's certainly upgrades that would need to be done there. But we certainly would be able to expand that over a longer period of time. That's the biggest thing that you would probably hear from the city staff, is our ability to do that over a longer period of time. But right now, the regulations, in effect, they would push us to spend $52 million by 2025. By 2035, we would spend another $35 million, so about $87 million in the next 20 years, roughly. That comes out, I just did some quick math in the discussions this week with staff. It's about $1.80 per person, and that's not per account, that's not per home, that's per person. So a family of five, we're paying Provo on an average would increase their bill by about $9 a month to meet the regulations. Jimmy did it a little bit different than I did. He divided it by that number, that 87 million, by our accounts, 18,000 accounts that we have right now in sewer, and an average of just over $12 per connection. So it's just a little bit different way to look at it, but it's very, very close. So I know you just barely got done with a discussion about the base rate and where we're at on the base rate, $8.76 right now. So you can compare it to that base rate discussion and see what we're going to end up spending for the regulations. The concern that the staff, the experts have, is exactly what's been described. We're going to go through this exercise, spend a lot of money, and if we continue to have the problem in the lake, where will the state turn next? And stormwater, agriculture, other things, and all of that will take money, additional money, to hopefully solve the problem. And the question is do we have an end game? Do we have a final, result that the staff is confident that will work, that will produce results? And the concern is the report. The report that the state is taking written comments on right now, we don't think that it has the scientific backing. They have not completed that thorough study to know what is the end product, and are we confident that that will be the end product? And the concern is, I feel I have an obligation to the council, to the mayor, to the residents of the city to make sure that if we're going to spend this kind of money, we better make sure that we're going to have the results, the desired results at the end. And I'm not 100% sure I'm confident of that right now.
The second line down, 87 million by 2035 to meet current nutrient limits. And then 2 lines below that, 15 million potential reduction in cost without nutrient regulations. So what's the meaning of what's the?
So this number right here, this is what I was telling you before. We have some improvements that need to be made at the treatment plant anyway. So we would probably spend the difference between 15 and 87 million. We would probably eventually end up having to spend at the existing site, at the existing treatment plant. But we could spread that over a longer period of time. We wouldn't be under the gun to say we have to get this done by 2025. So there'd be clarifiers, there'd be aeration basins, there'd be things that would normally be retrofitted at the treatment plant anyway, and all those things help us achieve the regulations, but all of a sudden now we have to achieve them much faster than what the original plan indicated.
So with all this potential money being spent and upgrading the building, upgrading the existing plants, how does that factor into the possibility of building a new plant on the west side so we don't have to pump things?
That's exactly toward the bottom of the sheet. That's exactly the point that we're trying to make. If we keep it the current site, as you look forward beyond 2035, and I know that's very difficult to look 20 years down into the future. But as far as maintenance at the plant, we end up spending about that amount of money by 2100. I know that's 80 years away, 80 plus years away. It's difficult to look at that. But you start comparing that to a brand new filtration plant out on the lake someplace out on the west side, you basically spend the equivalent amount of money at a new site versus just staying at the existing site. So there becomes a question of if the regulations are going to push us along this road, and in the next 20 years we're going to spend 87 million at the existing site, do we really want to talk about a new plant, and is there a benefit?
So if you did build a new plant, could it actually service the whole city and you would give up the plant in East Bay?
Yes, we would. We would definitely do that.
So you'd have the value of the property.
Corey, do you want to add anything on this discussion?
No, just when you look at the overall cost, like we talked about the last time we were here, you're looking at numbers that you're going to spend a long time from now. The big difference you see in the fiscal is that if you build a new plant, you're going to have to spend more money earlier than if you upgrade the existing, and that's what the second bullet under each of the main bullets is telling you. 87 million by 2035 at the existing plant compared to 205 million by 2035 if you build a new plant. The overall cost is the same. Either way, you're building a brand new plant. You're either building it piece by piece at your existing site or a brand new plant at your new site. The question is do you want to spend that money earlier? And if you spend that money earlier, you have some benefits. There's a lot of non-fiscal benefits of building on a new site, and some of them have been brought up. But the question is that worth the spending up front that you'd have to do to build it? That's all we got to ask. Thank you.
So if you did build a new plant and relocate it, what would be the economic benefit to East Bay to redevelop that property and bring in business and whatever.
We had a little bit of discussion early on in the treatment plant process. We brought in Dixon Homes and some of the other staff on redevelopment and economic development. And the concern that we had is the existing site, the existing treatment plant, and the previous use at that treatment plant. So there's probably some remediation that would have to happen. So we really came to the conclusion that between the remediation costs and having to tear the plant down, we're probably not going to make significant dollars. It's not going to make a huge difference.
Not $80 million, the difference is $80 million, David.
The jobs though, and there's some other things that it's harder to put some dollars to. There's definitely some possibility there that ought to be considered.
But not 80 million,
Probably not.
not even close.
I think the mayor and Dr. Merritt also had some questions or comments.
And on the new plan, does that include the meeting the state phosphorus and nitrogen requirements?
Yes. The new plan would be designed to meet the proposed nutrient regulations.
Just a rough guess on what the incremental cost that is.
At the new plant, it's probably adds $15 to $20 million to the plant.
So if you didn't have the nutrient requirements, it'd drop by about that much.
Right. The difference is the process you're going to use if you don't have to meet nutrients. If nutrients are not a risk at all in the future, the process that you're going to use is probably going to include trickling filters, which is what you have at your existing plant, which are extremely efficient and less costly to build. So you can cut the price of the plant down if you go to a trickling filter activated sludge plant or similar. You can also cut down your overall operating costs if you do that. But as long as there's the risk of nutrient regulation out there that you could receive a nutrient regulation, you do not want to invest in a trickling filter plant because they're inefficient or they're incapable of meeting nutrient requirements. So if nutrient requirements, if that risk is out there, you have to go to a process that's called activated sludge or similar. And that process is more costly to build and more costly to operate.
Mayor, did you want to add anything? Please, Darren.
Let me just make one more comment about that. So understand that gets you to the one phosphorus, for example. If you look at the DWQ's website, they're already, and in the news, it's already floating the idea of going to 0.1. So you're talking about using, either activated sludge / oxidation ditches, plus either filtration, including chemical and polymers, and membrane filters, and each one of those adds exponentially the number. You can just about double the estimate right here, because you've got to add all that extra infrastructure on yet to go to the next level, which is from 1 to 0.1. So as we say in our, as we work through this in our research, is that what are the benefits of going to 0.1? Because this is certainly on DWQ's radar and EPA's radar. This is their ultimate goal, or even lower than the 0.1. So this would certainly be on the radar for Utah Lake because of these blooms. So just as you move forward, be aware of this, that this, the 1 isn't the end. It's only the beginning of where they want to go. If this thing plays out where they want it to.
Just one quick caveat to that, though, is that if you build a new plant, the process that you put in could be a process that is inherently able to meet the 0.1 easier. If we go to a brand new plant, we would probably, we would consider using like an MBR, a membrane bioreactor, which essentially means you're going to put a membrane into an activated sludge basin. So you can add chemical to the activated sludge basin and hit that 0.1 because the membranes essentially act as that very tight filter that you need to get to the 0.1. That's a consideration there. So going to the new plant, when you talk about, when we developed this cost that you see, we used several methods to develop this and compare it. One of the methods was looking at a plant that was just built down on Bangerter, which is an MDR plant. So we've costed this project based on the ability to put in that type of technology. And then the other side to think about is that your existing plant, you're one of the few wastewater treatment plants that already has filters. There's only one plant that I know of in the state that has to hit 0.1 now, and I built it. It's up in Snyderville Basin, and it has granular media filters, which is very similar to what you have now. Right now, you're using an anthracite filter, which is the same idea, it's just bigger sand. So if we needed to hit a 0.1 number in your plant, yes, the capital costs are going to be higher, but they're not going to be as bad as, say, the Salt Lake City plant that has no filtration right now, or the Central Valley plant that has no filtration right now. You do have filtration at your existing plant, and that will help you to get to that 0.1 number, a little bit less costly than, say, some of your friends out there.
Mr. Holden?
So, we've invited John Adams from Ticonderoga Special Service District. John, he's the manager of your treatment facility that manages, 6 cities. 10. I'd just like you to hear John's short version of what's happened there at their district. John?
I didn't come prepared to speak.
No, I put him on the spot.
Or I would have worn my brand new bib overall. I've been doing this since October 1971, so that makes me 2 years older than Dr. Mayer. I wish my hair was that dark still. We just spent $85 million to upgrade to meet the 1 phosphorus and the 10 nitrogen. They're talking about dropping us to 0.1. It would be another $100 million. That's on the heels of an upgrade. And we just told our ratepayers the last upgrade would take them in the year 2035 or 2035. So we could see that very quickly. 1 is on the books now for the year 2020. One caution is that you have, if they do site-specific standards, those could easily be set at a level to force a TNGL. I think you're looking at 3 or 4 years out, but not a long way out. It's an uphill battle to build a new treatment plant unless you already have the property and can do it within Provo city limits. I think you have a hard time getting them approved. So there are things to consider when you're looking at this. But we changed processes. We went to a DNR. We had an extended aeration activated sludge. I ran Salt Lake City Public Utilities for years. Corey's right, the filtration's the big thing. That would be the expense to us. It's one of the few ways, not the only way, to make sure you meet it consistently year round. So that's kind of where we're at. We spent $85 million and we'd be looking at another $100 million to meet the 0.1. Unless we could annex Lehigh into you guys, and that would probably solve a lot of my problems. But no, I mean, it's expensive. And we've watched it. I grew up in American Fork. I am a firm believer. Dr. Merritt and these guys can correct me, but I think, one, I'm not so sure some of the information we're seeing is accurate. I do believe if you take out the wastewater treatment, phosphorus, you still have a system that will support algal blooms. And I also believe where DWQ does not have a trigger on agriculture right now, that part of this thumbing down on us is to get our ratepayers upset enough to help bring them to the table. So there's a lot of political stuff here. And I think this gentleman asked, what can we do? You just squawk and you let them know that you won't just kind of roll over. Because this is a bigger deal than I think we've ever faced in my 45 years. And I should have retired last year. It's just getting way fun now.
So as we continue to build homes and just grow, I've heard of separating gray water from sewage. Like what comes out of your washing machine has a fair amount of detergent and whatever. We've never gone down that road. Is that something we might consider where we actually do a change in the plumbing on new construction so some of the stuff is retained on site as gray water and not all down?
You don't want to go down that road.
No? Okay, just thought I'd ask.
I was gonna say, I'll bet you there's a lot of opinions in here.
We're treating that water, I guess.
Yeah.
The gray water, if you did separate systems, you've got a whole new level of regulation and requirements and staff.
The gray water.
People being upset because you're not helping them, and you've got every almost every yard is looking at a whole new set of problems in managing their water, with a tremendous amount of construction and then long-term management, inspection. It just goes on and on. You don't want to go down that road, I can warn you.
I think just to wrap things up, we have a joint resolution for the mayor and the council to consider tonight in the regular session. And initially, when we scheduled this, the deadline was mentioned, it was August 9th, and we felt we needed to make you aware of that deadline and to give you an opportunity. That deadline has been extended into September. So you do have some options as far as hearing, Division of DEQ has asked, they've been very specific and asked to come and visit with the council. And I think we've given you some information today that, some questions that you can start to think about and ask some, very serious questions about where they're going with this. So if you want to take some time, that's fine. But again, the primary thing that we have tonight is that joint resolution, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you've got about that.
When do they plan to come and visit? Or do they
We don't have
want
any.
to visit?
We don't have anything set up right now, so we could arrange that in one of the future meetings in August.
If we have additional time, because the comment period has been extended, I'd be interested in hearing from them before we make that resolution.
I think a number of the staff have heard the presentation, and obviously in the opportunity to be fair, some of the numbers that we're talking about, I think it's important that I think the primary reason that I wanted to come to the council first was to prepare you so that when they came, you had some questions, you had some background, some ability to ask some experts that have different opinions, and so that you had some tough questions for them that they need to be able to answer.
Great. I'd like to add one question. That the one question that we've been dodging in environmental matters for a long time is the relative cost versus the benefits you hope to achieve. And there are some who argue you can't do that in environmental matters, but of course you have to, one way or another. You've got to make judgments. They have to be modified and be a little different than our own benefit cost. And one of the things that I think would be extremely revealing would be for the Division of Water Quality to have to develop a report as to the benefits that will be achieved through this program. And not just our children will be happier and the state will look better. We got to somehow get, that's a question I'd sure like to see answered.
I think that's all we got.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate the presentation, and thank you, everybody. Just the whole, Mr. Nicholson and Drs. Merritt, Miller, and Richards. Appreciate you. For everybody, thank you for being here. It's been very informative.
Thank you for the time.
So the next item is, we'll look for a motion to close the meeting, and Mr. Jones will explain why we're.
So the administration does have a couple of items that are would be appropriate for a closed session. They all involve strategy sessions regarding sale of city property.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Harding. Those in favor? Going into closed session? Thank you. Voting unanimous. Okay.